259-4105. Members of our stakeholder relations team will be standing by to assist. And with that, I will hand it over to our CEO, Marcy Frost, for her opening comments.
Thank you, President Taylor, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all in Monterey. Over the next 3 days, we'll be hearing from our own team as well as a set of guest panelists that they have arranged. Our team will moderate discussions designed to give you a perspective on each of the topics on the agenda, but it will also allow time for conversation and Q&A, which I think is a really important part of these sessions. We happen to be meeting at a time of heightened turmoil and market volatility all around the world, so our update from Nicole, starting with Nicole this morning, as well as geopolitical events, market disruption, climate risk, and human capital management practices do come top of mind. These factors have had an impact on both the risks and the opportunities that we see before us, and they come as we are executing on the new portfolio allocations that you all approved last November. I will start the day with a focus on financial capital by examining the impact of geopolitical risk on the financial markets. Through our global equity investments, we have exposure to about 5,000 companies conducting business around the globe. We'll then turn our attention to opportunistic strategies with a discussion about the emergence of private lending. And then of critical importance in the private markets is an investor's ability to analyze capital allocations based on reliable data and reporting standards. That will be the focus of our second session on the private markets this afternoon, emphasizing tools that investors can use to evaluate economic, social, and governance factors, which was the impetus of the data convergence project that we launched with Carlyle. No discussion about sustainable investing would be complete without the inclusion of human capital management factors. This session will highlight the work we've been doing with the SEC to require consistent human capital management reporting standards as well. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to President Taylor to get us started.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frost. Next, I'm going to take a few minutes to swear in our newest board member, Dr. Gail Willis. If you want to come down here, she's been appointed by the State Personnel Board. Please join me. I think that's let me go up there. This looks like the front of the room here, but let me run up there with you. Is this working? Yes, it is. All right, so raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Dr. Gail Willis,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. I take this obligation freely and without any mental reservation or secretive evasion. And I will faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, thank you.
I'm so happy you're here. Okay, thank you. I'm so excited that Dr. Willis has decided to join us at the board. And I am going to turn this right over to Nicole, I hope I say this correctly, Musico,
yeah, it sounds like music.
Our Chief Investment Officer. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone, and I'm really excited to be here. Can everyone hear me okay? This is a tricky mic. I'll just bring it a little bit closer. Is that better? I'm delighted to be here. It's the first time I've actually been able to interact with the board in person. My first investment committee, I unfortunately had COVID the day before, and even leading up to my interviews, I didn't even really get to meet many of you because I was stuck on the other side of the border in Canada. So thank you so much. And it goes without saying, I'm super grateful for the team at CalPERS as well for really giving me such
I hate to interrupt you, and I missed this myself. We are supposed to go into closed session right now.
Oh, yeah.
It'll be quick.
It'll be quick. So that means we need to clear the room of non-essential personnel, and we will reconvene the open session and our webcast at around 11 a.m. So thank you, everybody. Go have some coffee and...
We won't need that long. We won't need until 11.
Okay, might be sooner than 11.
See what it snows for, otherwise we can do it.
it back over to Nicole.
Wonderful, thank you. Welcome for those of you who are new in the session. It's great to be here. We've been really looking forward to this opportunity today to welcome a number of world thought leaders, if you will, to discuss a number of topics that are of particular interest to us with respect to our go-forward investment strategy. But also, we're also looking forward to just this idea of being able to have some open dialogue and conversation again. The format will be that we have panels that are being moderated by members of my team. But again, as we had, which I thought was great during closed session, I really do encourage questions. We've saved time at the end of each panel for questions and answers, so we'll look forward to that. So why don't I just kick off? Today, one topic that I'm super excited about, given all headline news we wake up to every morning, is our geopolitical risk panel and the impact on financial markets. Today it'll be moderated by Dan Bienvenu beside me. He's my deputy CIO. And we welcome Michael Semblest, who's the chairman of market and investment strategy at JP Morgan, as well as Matt Gherkin, who's the chief strategist of BCA Research. These are two really important relationships to us, and I think we've gained a wealth of knowledge from following both of these individuals, and we're thrilled to have them here today to cover topics, everything from high-level kind of primary geopolitical factors and what's going to influence us in the near term, but also let's dive into current issues like what's going on with Russia turning off gas pipes, for instance. So we'll get into that level of conversation today. Next up, we're going to do more of a fireside chat. We're really fortunate today to have Ares founder Tony Ressler. I haven't seen Tony yet, but I've known him for a number of decades now, which makes me feel quite old, back in my days from Ontario Teachers. So really looking forward to Jean and Tony really sitting down to talk about what the private debt opportunity is. This is a newer strategy for us. We're really just getting started, but it's a strategy that we're very excited about, and who better to kind of walk us through where global opportunities exist than Tony Ressler. So thank you, Tony, for joining us. Our third moderated panel is on shaping our strategy on human capital management. Again, we've made sure that we brought topics forward today that are top of mind and of top importance to us. And so we're very fortunate to have several industry experts with us here today. Our interim MID of Sustainable Investing, James Andrus, will have an open and candid conversation with the panel on how shareholders have been increasingly calling on companies to disclose more information on human capital. And I think we'll take a view of both internally and externally and keep this as interactive as possible. We have joining us today Jarvis Hillingsworth, who's the chair of Texas Teachers, and also joined by Professor Colleen Honingsberg, Associate Professor of Law at Stanford, Siku Calland, President of JP Morgan Chase Northeast, and Mike Croft, Chairman of Commonwealth Partners. That should be a really interesting interactive panel, so please don't hesitate to chime in. And finally, our investment director, Yap Kim, he's going to lead a conversation in developing an impact toolkit for private markets with Pete Stavros, partner and co-head of Americas of KKR, and Megan Starr, global head of impact for Carlyle. Both of those individuals, again, when we talk about like who do we look to, who do we partner with, when we CalPERS are trying to be thought leaders on behalf of institutional investors globally, I think as organizations, both KKR and Carlyle have not only been tremendous partners to us, but there's certainly some global leaders and thought leaders in this area. So we're delighted to be welcoming both Pete and Megan today. So with that, without further ado, I think first of all of our guests. Hopefully I'll have a chance to interact with you before you leave today, and we'll look very forward to the conversation. So Dan, can I turn it to you to kick us off, please?
Thanks, Nicole, and I'll ask Michael and Matt to please join me if they can. And while they're making their way up here, Yes, I'll just share quickly. I am not Sterling Gunn, as your agenda says. He has far too much hair for that to be me. I'm Dan Bienvenu. I'm your Deputy Chief Investment Officer. Unfortunately, Sterling is under the weather today, so you're stuck with the B team, and that would be me. But fortunately, we still have our A team when it comes to the speakers. We've got Michael Semblist and Matt Gherkin joining us. Michael is JP Morgan's Chairman of Market and Investment Strategy. He's also a member of the JP Morgan Asset Management Investment Committee and a member of the Investment Committee for the JP Morgan Retirement Plan, who serves the firm's more than 250,000 employees. Michael's got a bachelor's from the Tufts University and then also a master's from Columbia University. And also joining us is Matt Gherkin, who's currently the Chief Strategist for BCA Research's Geopolitical Strategy and U.S. Political Strategy. He oversees the firm's coverage of market-relevant geopolitical, political, and policy developments across the world, and has his undergrad from Cambridge University and then his PhD from the University of Texas at Austin. So thank you both for making the time to join us, the time and the trip to join us today. And our panel objective here today really is to enhance our understanding of the nature of geopolitical factors, how these factors influence financial markets, and then the implications for long-term investors. Of course, we are one. We have the opportunity to both listen to and then ideally to question these two experts that are really experienced in analyzing geopolitical factors and those factors' influence on markets and then on portfolios. And we're going to really touch on three broad questions. First of all, what are geopolitical factors? And then how do they influence near and, importantly, long-term market outlooks? Secondly, how can we use these geopolitical factors in our analysis and in developing useful perspectives on economies and markets? And again, importantly, through the lens of managing a very complex and large and long-term oriented portfolio like ours. And then finally, what are the really multifaceted implications for ESG-oriented strategies? And really, what are the many different ways that these strategies can play out in markets and portfolios? We expect to have the panel part take about 40 minutes, though please do interject with questions as you see fit, but we're also going to have plenty of time for questions and answers as we go. Just like with what Nicole was saying previously, the more interactive this session is, I think, the better. So please do ask questions. And let's start with a simple question, and maybe I'll start with Michael and then move to Matt, if that's all right. And let's just start with kind of what are geopolitical factors, and does the nature and importance of these factors change over time? So, for example, are there policies regulating trade change over time, maybe in an orderly fashion, maybe not in an orderly fashion? And are there ambiguities about the nature and measurement of these factors? So, Michael, if we could start with you on kind of what are geopolitical factors and how do they play out, that would be great, and then we'll move to Matt.
Yeah, well, let's see, is this red mean, does red mean on? Awesome. Off. All right. So, usually geopolitics don't affect markets much. And at least as it relates to wars, invasions, insurrections, and things like that. I did a study for Jamie and the board a few years ago, and with the exception of the Arab-Israeli War in the early 1970s and wage and price controls by Nixon, all of the rest, whether it was 9/11 or various invasions of Czechoslovakia, Hungary, martial law in Poland, Russian invasion of Afghanistan, all of these things, arguably even the Vietnam War, there wasn't that much of a change in the financial markets 3 to 6 months later from the pre-war conditions. And when this whole thing started, Jamie started to ping me for, hey, where's that research on geopolitics? And I said, I'm not sending it to you, because this one has the look and feel of that one time in the early 1970s when you ended up with a really substantial energy shock that fed through to all sorts of negative subsequent outcomes involving balance of payments, currencies, Federal Reserve, interest rates, inflation, and everything else. So unfortunately, for most of the last 35 years, being, sitting on pins and needles about geopolitical risk would not have made you very much money. But this time, this time it did. And this one did come somewhat out of the blue. There wasn't really that much. There really wasn't that much indication that this was going to play out the way necessarily that it did. Most of the stuff that I read ended up being wrong, which projected that the Russians were just posturing for leverage. And so, here we are. And I, the aftershocks from this particular episode are going to be around for quite some time. Europe essentially, as a region, had abdicated its own energy production in favor of importing it from Russia, and is now kind of scrambling to secure energy supplies from every possible source. And I don't know if you've seen the news, but there are some, when farmers start burning stuff, it's bad. Like in every country, that's generally a bad sign. And there are some pretty significant things going on in fertilizer markets, electricity markets, natural gas, corn, and obviously all these things are interrelated. One example is the Biden administration is trying to loosen up the gasoline supply by expanding the ethanol blend. Well, that's why now corn prices are at an all-time high. So if you have systemic underinvestment in the energy infrastructure and then you get a geopolitical shock, sometimes there's not a lot of very easy answers. But I did want to answer your question by saying that, for many, many, many years, geopolitics tended to be a little bit of a distraction, and I would argue even the Trump tariffs, which were really the single biggest tariff redirection since the Smoot-Hawley tariffs, ended up being something of a nothing burger as it relates to the U.S. capital markets. Had a little bit more of an impact on Chinese markets. So even those tariffs, the overwhelming business cycle just has so many catalysts to it, other than some of these narrow issues. So I'm not sure that's the answer you're looking for. Oh, there the mic is working. Sorry about that, but that's how I see it.
No, thanks, Michael. And I mean, the answer I think we're always looking for is the truth. So we appreciate your perspective. Matt, how about your thoughts? And also specifically, like, you categorize geopolitical factors. Michael mentioned war, mentioned tariffs, and the like. Kind of thoughts on what they can be, and then also how they play out would be terrific.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hopefully this is working.
You got to really lean into it.
Yeah. All right, great. We'll figure it out before the end of the session, I'm sure. Well, thank you very much for having me here. And I think I will bring a little bit similar but also different perspective from what Michael just outlined in terms of what geopolitics is and the impacts. But I should state right up front that I'm a geopolitical analyst, so I've been doing this for 15 years specifically focusing on geopolitics. And only in the past 7 years working at BCA Research have I focused on incorporating the influence on macroeconomy and financial markets. So my perspective is that of a political analyst primarily. But what I would say is that I think geopolitics is, I see it in a very broad, from a very broad perspective as shaping the global setting. And in that regard, the period in which geopolitics was a distraction was a period in which we had unprecedented expansion of global markets and globalization. And that period was created because of geopolitics. So, in other words, if geopolitics creates a global environment of peace and prosperity, then, needless to say, economies will grow, financial markets can thrive, and geopolitics will become a side issue. But we shouldn't forget that it was geopolitics that created that context in the first place. So if geopolitical conditions start to shift, and we move away from peace and prosperity toward war and poverty, then the economic and financial market consequences will shift as well. And geopolitics will become less of a distraction and more of a central or essential concern. So that's kind of how I would begin, because I think it's critical. The period that we witnessed in which geopolitics was exogenous was, generally speaking, the post-World War II period. Well, why is that important? Well, over the centuries, what we've witnessed is that you have major wars, world wars, and you can take that back at least to the 30 Years' War in the 17th century. And when those world wars end, they end in a major peace settlement, what used to be called a Congress or a peace settlement of the different nations. And then nowadays, of course, World War II culminated with the creation of the United Nations and a global order of multilateral institutions. So think about the timing of these different peace settlements: 1648, 1714, 1763, 1815, 1918, 1945. Periodically, humans engage in large-scale warfare, then they settle. When the nations are settled, they can then turn their national productive capacity and their industry and their attention, the people's attention, toward business and trade. And so you typically have a period of expansion of business following one of those major disruptions and one of those major peace settlements. So a great example of this is for data on globalization. We can at least go back through the 19th century. So that's good data. That's roughly 220 years of data. And the way we do that is we look at exports as a share of global GDP during that period. Following the Napoleonic Wars from 1815 onward, you actually had a huge expansion in globalization. That was when Britannia ruled the waves, when effectively you had a system of law and order on the high seas so that trade could expand, and you didn't have the major trading nations of Europe attacking each other, so that they were able to focus on, industry. And of course, this is a period of continued industrial revolution, but it was also a period in which you had essentially a global police officer, which was the UK Navy. That began to shift in 1880 when Germany consolidated and unified and then began to look for living space, Lebensraum, which was the German term for we need, more influence and more power and more prestige. That then precipitated, it's not necessarily just because Germany were the bad guys, it's just that they needed more room, and as Germany expanded, a newly unified Germany disrupted the rest of Europe, and we ended up with World War I. And then we get the peace settlement and the consequences of that, the Great Depression and World War II. Okay, so think about where we are today. We're 70 years after the latest major peace settlement, and we have very significant signs that the peace settlement is eroding. We have the global police officer, the United States, which of course replaced the UK to provide peace and stability across the oceans so that trade could thrive. We have that power acting schizophrenic, vacillating, and essentially doing battle with itself because of partisan differences in polarization. So the world leader, the security guarantor of the world is divided and inwardly focused. Meanwhile, we have a resurgence of Russia, which has probably now peaked and will end up with a great decay of Russia. But that shouldn't give you any sense of consolation, because when great nations decay, that's in fact worse. World War I was partly precipitated by the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, because when great powers decay, they leave a power vacuum, and other powers try to fill that vacuum. So in other words, right now, Russia is flexing and expanding and attacking. In the coming decades, Russia will be failing and contracting, but it won't lead to global stability either way. And then finally, we have China, which is in the role that Germany played in the 1800s and early 20th century, and that Japan played. I'm not saying in any way necessarily to compare them to Nazi Germany. What I'm saying is that they're a nation that has expanded and achieved now military and strategic capability on top of economic capability. So they're going to be looking for living space, a sphere of influence. And they'll be looking to influence the actors around them. All the nations around China will be greatly influenced by China's new demands and new needs. And the United States will be threatened by that because the U.S. since World War II has had a security anchor in the Western Pacific. So putting it all together, we're in a world where the context is shifting away from globalization and away from peace and prosperity and towards something that's less good. Doesn't necessarily mean we collapse into World War III, hopefully not, but it does mean that we're in a transition phase. And later in the discussion, maybe I can help to characterize what may be what would be a stable environment in which peace and prosperity could then resume. You could have re-globalization. That would be a positive thing. But in today's context, what we have is hypo-globalization. We have a scenario where we're under-globalizing, where globalization will not live up to its potential because different nations are carving out spheres of influence. They don't trust each other, so they won't be expanding the movement of people or the movement of capital or the movement of goods between them. So generally speaking, that means that geopolitics is shifting away from being a distraction or an exogenous factor, and it's shifting into becoming an endogenous factor, because country effects or country risks will become central to the analysis of economic and financial markets. That would be my thesis. And then very quickly, in answer to your question, what are the factors? The geopolitical factors we look at, and I'm sure Michael will have a lot to say about this as well, but those factors are pretty well known. You look at the population, not only the size, but the youth and the growth of the population. You look at the size of the territory, but also the coherence of the territory and the composition of the demography. If the people are very different and divided, then that's going to produce a less effective nation than if they're unified under a creed or some other form of identity. You look at factors like economic, like energy consumption and production. Major powers have always been great energy producers and great energy consumers, especially consumers, because they have to fire their industry. And then you also look at the sophistication of the industry, complexity of the economy, and technological prowess. Because ultimately the nations that prevail in the rising and falling of countries are the ones that convert their economic strength into technological sophistication. And one way that we measure that is we look at arms exports, because the most advanced countries are always very good at making weapons, and they export them to others. So we have a geopolitical index that we put together to measure that. But what is the point? The point is that nation states are indissoluble. You'll never get to a world in which we don't have nation states as the primary actors. And in the international realm, those nation states don't always cooperate, and they don't always listen to each other. There's no overriding authority to tell them what to do. So the purpose of analyzing those geopolitical factors is to identify which nation states matter, which ones have the capability of changing the global setting, and then to analyze whether that'll affect the general macroeconomic or financial market view.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Not the most encouraging perspective, and including the fact that we sort of measure a country's success based on their ability to create and manufacture and export arms. But nonetheless, we appreciate the sincerity and super helpful. We started a little early, so I think I can audibilize a little bit and hit you with some different questions. I guess one thing I would ask is, Matt, you mentioned the word globalization and the importance of that. There's been a lot of conversation in the press and the like of whether it is slowbalization, continuing globalization but slowing down, or actually deglobalization. And those are two terms that have been thrown out there. Maybe we'll start with Michael again. Can you give your thoughts on whether you think it's slowbalization or deglobalization, and sort of how that plays out? What does that mean for supply chains? What does that mean for profitability? I know that's a highly complex set of questions and how an investor thinks about that, but that would be terrific.
Yeah, I mean, globalization peaked in 2018. If you define it, you can define it however you want. We define it as the sum of foreign direct investment, portfolio flows, and trade. So those are the three large components. Some people also look at the movement of digital data. I don't like to include that. So when I look at the three factors that make the most sense to us, it definitely peaked in 2018 and has been kind of bouncing around, mostly drifting down a little bit since then. The portfolio flow questions in particular are extremely volatile. But yeah, we're entering into a period where there's all sorts of resource nationalism. China has a trade war right now going on with Australia. The United States has a trade war going on with China. India and Indonesia are restricting exports of certain agricultural goods. Every day, the U.S. and China add sectors to the list of protected industries that defer foreign direct investment. I think last year, China designated apple juice as a strategically important business that they didn't want any foreign capital in. I mean, China benefited from being the world's most mercantile country that was allowed to just kind of stroll along mercantilism street. Was invited to join the World Trade Organization in 2001, and then abrogated every single arrangement it had made over the subsequent 15 years. And if anything, it was just surprising how long it took for the developed world to say, "Well, wait a minute, you're not going to play by any of the rules." So it was a long time coming to see this reaction that was unleashed during the Trump administration, which is then fed on itself. And it would be practically impossible right now in D.C. to call any politician in any party and say, "Hey, I have an idea. I've got a pro-China bill I'd like to discuss with you." I mean, it has become absolutely kind of a desert zone. And it tells you something, that we're looking at the stickiest food and energy inflation, which is beginning to feed into wage expectations and price expectations since the 70s. And still, the administration has not seriously broached the issue of reducing those China tariffs in anything more than a whisper. So that just kind of tells you where you are. Yes, you are in a reverse globalization zone, the speed of which is to be determined, right? Because a bunch of the activity that we used to do with China got moved to, Vietnam and other countries in Asia. Some of it is actually Chinese commerce being relabeled as Vietnamese. And so, the United States is still running a gargantuan current account deficit, right? So it's not like we've gone back to the import substitution model. There's still trade going on, but the direction is definitely negative. Watch what China does on all of these rules, where the SEC is requiring Chinese companies to provide access to financial statement data to the SEC in order to maintain listing rights. It looks like China may cave on that at some point, and if they do, that's a positive sign that there's going to be some linkages that remain, and that they don't want those Chinese companies to go cold turkey. But yeah, everywhere you look, you see countries talking about reshoring. And my biggest fear, I hope I'm retired by then, but my biggest fear is waking up one day and China has invaded Taiwan. And then I'm going to get 400 million questions on what happens to the Taiwan semiconductor capacity. And I don't know that there's any easy answers to that. It would take something like 10 to 15 years to recreate the semiconductor fabrication capacity the United States had and lost. I'm glad to see the countries beginning to start trying again, but those are difficult things to replace at scale. So we're definitely moving sideways / down in most places. And before handing it back to Matt, the Europeans deserve their fair share of the blame too here, because they don't have their own tech companies. They have been creating all sorts of bogus rationales for taxing U.S. tech companies under some kind of notion that there's value being created by French citizens that do Google searches, and essentially it's a digital service tax that's a tariff, and so Europe is also contributing to this, and then the last piece is they are considering taxes on any imported goods which come from regions which don't adhere to the same carbon principles. So that's another stake in the back of a globalized economy.
Yeah, I agree with almost everything Michael just said. I think you can look at a number of measures of globalization, and what they say is an echo of what he said. Globalization is moving sideways or down. And I think that Taiwan is critical. I think that what requires you have to have major shocks to the system in order to have catalysts of the nature that would cause deglobalization. And let's remember that globalization as a whole has been going on for thousands of years. So the discussion here is about the globalization of financial capitalism and modern traded goods and modern supply chains. There's always going to be some degree of globalization, but today what we have is hypo-globalization, and we're under-globalizing. The term in the 1990s was hyper-globalization. We were globalizing rapidly because China and India and countries were opening up. When the Soviet Union failed, socialism, communism had been discredited, and so what you saw was a huge movement of countries into the capitalist system, and that's what hyperglobalization was. Now that's reversing, not necessarily because of ideology, but mostly just because Russia and China are hoping to control their markets better. And Russia now has broke away from Europe, so we know that we're having a disintegration economically between those two. It's happening right in front of us. But we don't yet have the other shoe falling, which is Taiwan. And that could happen anytime over the next few decades. I think it's more likely, 5 years or beyond rather than within 5 years. But nobody really knows. What the factor to consider there is whether China's stable or not. As long as China's economy is kind of chugging along and the Communist Party is not directly threatened, then they don't really have a need to invade Taiwan. And all those semiconductor plants are going to be destroyed in the war. But if China becomes unstable, where they have an economic deflation and they have mass unrest and the Communist Party is under threat, then the leadership could change, or the leadership could change its policies. And become much more aggressive. And then in that environment, we could have a conflict over Taiwan. Ultimately, I'm afraid we will. The geopolitical situation is fundamentally unsustainable. The United States provides arms to a province of China. China's going to reject that in the same way that the U.S. rejected the Soviet Union providing arms to Cuba. But Cuba wasn't a state. And you also have to remember, it would be the equivalent of if the Confederate States, after losing the Civil War, had taken up in Cuba, right? So it's a far more dangerous national security predicament for China to have the U.S. provide weapons to Taiwan, and of course we will. The Americans will take from the Ukraine war the conclusion that we didn't sufficiently deter Russia. If we had done a better job of helping Ukraine, we could have deterred Russia, and then they wouldn't have invaded. But the Americans will then do a better job deterring China by providing greater assistance to Taiwan. That deterrence will threaten the Chinese and provoke them. They will view us as changing the status quo, and that will be a security dilemma between those two countries. So unfortunately, I think we will head in that direction, but I think the conclusion here is that we have globalization moving sideways, but it does probably require a war in Taiwan to enter into outright deglobalization, where the U.S. and Chinese economies break up, the Asian economies have to choose sides, hard blocks are formed. You either belong to one block or the other block. There's no in between. Today, India and Europe can exist in both blocks. India can keep trading with Russia, Europe can keep trading with China. But a conflict over Taiwan is a great example of what it would take to cause a hard division and a return to a bipolar world where the blocks are purely separate and the economies are not allowed to integrate.
I used to think that China was going to take the Macau, Hong Kong approach with Taiwan, which is to wait until the old guard dies and gradually just dump enough money and people. The same thing that the Russians tried to do in the Baltics unsuccessfully. But if you put enough people and money there, eventually the sentiment in the population can shift, so you can have these takeovers take place without any military intervention. Something just tells me the Chinese are running out of patience. And the other thing, and I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, everybody here will have to decide for themselves, but I would put a over-under on at 10 days.
Oh.
10 days.
10 days.
10 days, it's over.
Oh,
because
no.
There's a guy at the Rand Institute that does a lot of this war game analysis, and these are all ex-Defense Department people. And there was a time in the 1990s when the United States and China would have had a stalemate over Taiwan. And he just maps out the massive investments they have made in all sorts of short-term ballistic missile technology, speedboats, landing forces. They have such a remarkable positional advantage there that his sense is that it would be over in a matter of days. And after having read his analysis, I have no reason to disagree with him.
Okay. So I do agree that the hope that China's Plan A would work, that they would just continue to attract Taiwan through economic, success, that's definitely waning. I mean, for one, Chinese potential growth has slowed drastically, and so China's just becoming less economically attractive. But for two, it was always going to be much more difficult to absorb Taiwan in the way that Hong Kong was absorbed, because Taiwan is an island. And islands always have much greater capability to exercise political autonomy than city-states or small neighboring islands. So if you think about it, did the UK ever successfully subjugate Ireland? No. In fact, the UK is still struggling today to subjugate Scotland. Does Sri Lanka get subjugated by India? Does South Africa rule Madagascar? Was Japan ever conquered, other than by the United States with nuclear weapons? Basically, it's very hard to invade and exert political will over an island state. Amphibious invasions are by far the most difficult. And so Hong Kong never had a choice. They never had the option of political independence. But the Taiwanese people both prefer the status quo, where they have some political autonomy. Their identity is that they don't recognize as Chinese anymore. They recognize as Taiwanese. And it's much more difficult to invade and subjugate them. So in terms of the war being short, the greatest fallacy in history is the idea that wars are short. People always think they'll be over quickly. It'll be a picnic. We can go and watch. But in fact, what happens is it becomes very prolonged because other nations get involved. So not only is Taiwan capable of defending itself beyond what people think, or let's put it this way, if Ukraine can defend against tanks, that all they have to do is roll across flat land in order to attack, and Ukraine can surprise the whole world with their resilience, then I think we should expect the Taiwanese to do so, because the distance across the strait is 5 times the English Channel, which means that Chinese troops are sitting ducks for 120 kilometers as they go across. And the other part that people underestimate, not only that the United States may very well come to the defense of Taiwan, but let's say that China waits long enough that that their overwhelming military capacity is so prohibitive that the U.S. is unwilling to defend Taiwan. We're still going to stop all of China's oil from exiting the Persian Gulf, which means China's going to have an economic collapse, which will be damaging for their military effort. And everyone always forgets Japan. The assumption is simply that Japan is America's lapdog, but actually Japan fought a war with America. Japan's not going to fight a war with America this time, of course. They would be very inclined to defend Taiwan, and the reason is that Japan imports all of their food and fuel. So if China can attack and invade Taiwan, then that means China forever, for all future history, will have a veto over Japan's critical supplies. So Japan is unlikely to allow that to happen. They would be very likely either to defend Taiwan or to try to entrap the United States into defending Taiwan.
You and I have very different views on this.
Yeah.
The United States, we have done nothing to actively defend a quote-unquote European country. The notion that the United States would put lives at risk to defend Taiwan, I think, is absurd.
No, it's not absurd. It's just that what I said was that the Japanese have a distinct interest from the Americans.
Maybe. Well, I hope that we don't find out who's right
exactly.
or wrong for a really long time.
And actually, I think this is a great takeaway in terms of method, in terms of how investors digest geopolitical. Neither of us know. We can have fun debating the geopolitics, but the conclusion is there's a high level of uncertainty. Do investors like uncertainty? If you get 2 experts on a panel and they disagree on Taiwan, one of them says conflict could happen quickly but would be over quickly. The other says conflict's probably more 5 or 10 years away, but it won't be over quickly. we have a high range of uncertainty, right? But the takeaway for an investor looking at more than 5 or 10 years is not to invest in Taiwan, certainly, but also not to invest in mainland China, which you may also disagree with, but I would highlight that it's that uncertainty that the world we live in is a decaying peace settlement. We no longer have the assurances that we had in the post-World War II environment. Remember, we've had 3 Taiwan Strait crises, 2 in the 1950s and 1 in the 1990s. In every one of those cases, the U.S. sent aircraft carriers into the Taiwan Strait. But China was never capable of doing what they're capable of doing today in a conflict. As their capability improves, the risk of conflict greatly improves.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Jose?
Thank you. Thank you, Matt, for your question. I wanted to elaborate about that.
You're not on.
Sorry. Am I on?
No,
Am I on now?
doesn't appear to be.
It's green.
It's green.
Can you hear me?
No.
Hello.
There we go.
Oh my God. Okay. Thank you. The question I had is, and you brought it up just right now, just a minute ago, with respect to the 7th Fleet. The 7th Fleet is still there. It's been there for, I guess, I don't know, for a very long time. And since we want to avoid uncertainty, that's our police force, basically, if you think about it, right? It's patrolling the China South Seas. It's making sure that we maintain our peace and prosperity. Do you think China, do you think they'll continue to respect that? They'll continue to respect, hey, we have the police here, this is our national police, that we will still maintain law and order, peace and prosperity. And that would also calm the markets because, we've got this 7th Fleet there showing the world, hey, there is stability. Just if you can elaborate a little bit on that, that'd be great.
Okay, and I'll try to take into consideration everything we've already discussed. So the gist of it is that the U.S. has always sent carriers into the Strait every time China has threatened to attack Taiwan. Bill Clinton did that in 1995. Okay, but nowadays it's different because in 95, China's economy was the size of Belgium and their military was a joke. It lost to Vietnam in the 80s, right? Whereas today is very different. So would the Biden administration or any modern administration have the same gall to put an aircraft carrier into the Taiwan Strait in the face of Chinese missile tests around the island? That's a pretty tough question. I don't know the answer to that. The latest times, with the recent flybys, China hasn't been as aggressive. We're not at a crisis level yet. But we put the aircraft carrier in the Senkaku Islands, which Japan claims, and we tend to defend Japan's claim on those islands informally. So in other words, we didn't put a carrier in the Strait, but we do routinely run destroyers through the Strait. The implication from history is that we will defend Taiwan because we've sent carriers every time China's threatened to attack. Also, this year, when, in late last year and early this year, when Russia was amassing forces on Ukraine's border, the United States positioned 4 aircraft carriers or more, we know from public information, 4 aircraft carrier strike groups in the Asia Pacific. So we weren't telling Russia, you can't invade Ukraine. We were telling China, you can't take advantage of the situation and invade Taiwan. So I think there's a pretty good set of evidence there from 70 years that the U.S. could, in fact, defend Taiwan. But I am respecting Michael's point, which is that we don't know whether the U.S. would defend, and the U.S. certainly is not obligated to. We do not have a mutual defense treaty with Taiwan. We got rid of that in the 70s. So no one really knows, and that's the strategic ambiguity that the United States is deliberately maintaining. But we do have a historical record of the U.S. acting as if we will defend them.
I don't know. Then if you look at a chart of Chinese incursions into Taiwanese airspace, they've gone up a lot. So the Chinese are definitely trying to poke the bear to see how far they can go and what they can get away with. Sometimes it's hard to recognize when things are happening in real time, but I mean, let's step back for a second and look at something. You know, I just turned 60. I know I don't look like it, but I just turned 60. And for almost my entire life, the Republican Party in the United States was a deeply hawkish, militarily conservative party. And within the last few years, for the first time in decades, the Trump presidency unleashed a nativism and isolationism that is very different than what it used to be. And it turns out there was a deep wellspring of public sentiment against this global policeman role. And it's come out in a lot of different ways during the conflict with the Ukraine. And I ask a lot, I'm just really wondering what public sentiment would be about defending Taiwan. I think there's a very clear Maginot Line of sorts with the Baltics and with Poland. I think the average citizen kind of understands we have a NATO treaty, and if we don't enforce that, then the whole world order can be thrown away. And I think the military establishment agrees with that. I think Brookings agrees with that. I even think Cato and Heritage and places like that would agree with that. But boy, the world we live in now, defending Taiwan in more than just kind of an indirect lend-lease kind of way, it really flies against the latest sentiment that we're seeing in both parties. And that's different. That's very different than what most of us grew up with.
Real quickly, again, the takeaway, though, and in direct response to the question, the takeaway is that there's uncertainty substantially around this. But that answers not just the investment question, which we don't like uncertainty, but it's specifically China's point of view, right? The whole point about Ukraine and Taiwan, the analogy that is relevant here, is that there's a high degree of uncertainty, which means that if the U.S. acts as if we're going to bring Ukraine into NATO, we precipitate a conflict in Ukraine. Because Russia has to attack Ukraine before they join NATO and have a mutual defense treaty. And similarly, if the U.S. acts as if we're going to defend Taiwan and we increase the deterrence, China may be forced to attack Taiwan because they may fear that the Americans are going to extend a defense treaty. And where we've seen President Biden say 3 times, definitely not a gaffe, even though it's always presented as a gaffe, that we would defend Taiwan. The purpose is to create strategic ambiguity. But if China ever starts to become convinced that it will become settled national policy that will defend Taiwan, then they would actually be incentivized to attack. And so I think the takeaway from the discussion is that the World War II peace settlement is decaying, that Ukraine is evidence of that, that the risk around Taiwan is evidence of that. The tendency is therefore against globalization. Globalization is either flat or down. And China becomes a very dangerous place to invest long-term capital, particularly if it belongs to American citizens.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the disastrous performance of Chinese equities over the last couple of years. I mean, this is, unfortunately, this is a kind of a Wall Street thing that you've seen several times. So it first started with the educational companies, if you remember that. Where's the equity people? It was initially Wall Street's response was, it's just the ride-sharing companies, it's just the educational companies, and then it was, well, it's them, and plus it's a couple of other companies that are trying to monetize their data. And then China ended up rewriting regulations for 17 or 19 different sub-industries, and Chinese equities had this horrible performance. If there's one thing that tells us is that our information on what's going on within China and its regulatory agencies is not very good, because every time something happened in China, I read BCA research, I read like 1,000 or 1,500 pages of research a week. Nobody was really shining a flashlight saying this is coming, this is coming. And the Chinese regime is just inherently unpredictable. I mean, Xi was elected with 99.9% of the vote, right? They have a legislature like the Congress. I don't know what they do exactly. They certainly don't pass any laws, right? It's got to be a fantastic job, right? You don't have to do anything. So the visibility on what's actually going on in China, and think about this, nobody's even coming or going anymore because of COVID. So we even have less information and less visibility on what's going on inside China than we used to.
Not to be too technical about it, I very much appreciate that you read BCA research, but leading into 2021, I was short Chinese equities specifically because after the disappearance of Jack Ma, I viewed it as highly probable that the tech sector would be attacked by regulators. And also on Ukraine, we gave a 75% probability that Russia would attack, and we were short the ruble.
I was not paying close enough attention.
Well, no, but my point is not to pat myself on the back. My point is to say that geopolitics is actually a method. There's a framework that you can use to analyze the behavior of countries. You can develop checklists, and you can develop scenario analysis to try to arrive at what the best scenarios are. We're not always right. We do get things wrong. The reason we've had a couple of wins in recent years, though, is because we knew those countries or regions that were the moving parts. And we knew that those were the areas where if tension started to build up, not to ignore them. So we had that assessment pre-done so that when Ukraine started to heat up, other actors in the financial markets were irritated. You know, you're reading in the morning, you're reading all your email streams, this Ukraine thing keeps popping up, but you keep pushing it away because you're focused on other things. If you have set your priors correctly, then you won't ignore the new irritation. You'll identify, okay, this is actually an important one, so we have to change the plan for this week or this month or this year and look differently at what's happening in Eastern Europe. And similarly with the Chinese tech sector, we knew the 20th Party Congress was coming up, which is an important political reshuffle later this year. But we knew that in the years preceding that there would be power consolidation in China. And so once we saw Jack Ma disappeared by the Communist Party, we then were able to draw the conclusion that the political crackdown that was coming was going to focus on the tech sector. And we could have been wrong about that, but we had other reasons. You know, there was a whole analysis. So my point to you is that geopolitical analysis is becoming endemic to the work we do as investors. We have to have a framework, we have to have a systematic way of doing it so that it's not just one guy throwing darts. But hopefully that will also improve our scenario analysis so we have better probabilities. And then when it does, it can improve our investment outcomes.
One of the things that you mentioned was China's possible isolation from an energy perspective by the United States. But doesn't the aftermath of the Ukraine conflict essentially create a very, very robust bilateral energy dependence relationship between Russia and China?
Yes, definitely. I think that, in fact, it's interesting that we've spent so much time on Taiwan today because I think one of the big takeaways for everyone is that Taiwan is the epicenter of geopolitical risk. And here's why. China has to prepare as if there may someday be a war over Taiwan. Regardless of whether they ever have to invade Taiwan, they have to prepare in case. That means they have to get their energy from Russia and Central Asia. Because if they go to war with Taiwan ever, the US will blockade them. Similarly, we'll freeze their foreign exchange reserves, just like we froze Russia's foreign exchange reserves. So we know that China they'll be diversifying away from the US dollar, and they'll be tightening with Russia so that they can provide energy security for themselves.
Right. Now, and here...
So can I interrupt you? We got a couple of questions here. So go ahead.
Let me just finish the one sentence. And here's where that boomerangs back, particularly to a place like California, which is the United States has energy independence for the first time in 60 years, primarily as a function of domestic oil and gas production. If we look at where electric batteries come from, lithium-ion batteries, cobalt, nickel, rare earth metals, solar panels, wind, cathodes, anodes, you name it, China accounts for 80 to 85% of that production. So all of a sudden, the renewable revolution is ending up with its dirty little secret, which is it is, at least right now, highly, highly reliant on access to Chinese supplies. Go ahead.
You just added a third question to my questions now. First of all, why did we allow that? We were talking decades ago that we needed to be first in front of the renewables and et cetera.
Hold on. Are you asking that as a California citizen? Why there are not more mining operations in the United States?
No. Why did we allow them to? Because they're not mining only in China either.
You build it yourself. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, sorry. the Long Beach and Los Angeles ports rank in the bottom 10 to 15% ports in the entire world, according to the World Bank, in terms of their productivity. And that has to do with all sorts of restrictions against automation, other work-related rules. California is a very difficult place to do business. So if California is going to put a huge Diablo Canyon is closing.
I'm not saying just California. I am saying the United States.
Right. But it takes a national energy policy to solve those things, but it takes an anti-NIMBY policy to solve those things. I mean, green energy isn't so green. Everybody knows this when you look at lithium mining and cobalt and manganese and the neodymium magnets required for wind turbines. Look in Iowa, where all the dead, expired wind turbines are just being piled up on the ground. Right now, they're not being recycled. I mean, I'm not surprised that China's run away with this so far, because it's a dirty business. But ultimately, if you want energy security in a renewable world, we're going to have to figure out how to do this. And remember, we never even figured out how to get Yucca Mountain open, which is why all the nuclear power plants are closing. So,
two further things just to help shape up the context there, as well as what was happening policy-wise in the United States. Remember that China and Europe are manufacturing powers that are resource poor, generally, nowadays. Okay, so if you're a manufacturing power and you have to import your energy, obviously you want to figure out a way to manufacture energy. The United States is resource rich, so we didn't have the same urgency. The fact that there's a partisan difference in the U.S. is a reflection of the fact that the U.S. has a strong oil and gas and resource base. And that resource base is likely to persist for a long time, and be represented in the politics. But in Europe and China, renewable energy was able to catch on quicker and gain greater state support because of the strategic interest that they have in developing renewable energy. Now, the U.S. also does have a strategic interest in renewable energy, so don't misunderstand me. But what I'm saying is that they didn't face the same political difference on that issue, both because they had more top-down government, particularly in China, but also because they needed to reduce import dependency as a strategic matter. And so that's, by the way, likely to continue. We'll see, obviously, with what's happened with Russia, we will see both Europe and China double down on using fiscal resources to advance renewable energy, and it's for strategic reasons. The Americans are different, but what we can't afford to have happen is for China or Europe to make a technological breakthrough that provides them with cheaper energy so that their economies become more productive and their militaries more capable than ours. So for a technological point of view, even though the US has a lot of oil, gas, and coal, we'll still have to continue developing renewables. But we don't have exactly the same strategic interest they did. And then the other last thing, very quickly, remember, of course, that during the period that this happened, where China, for example, dominated photovoltaics and other industries and green, and renewables, the US policymakers were still operating under the belief that if we engaged with China economically, that we could change their political and geopolitical orientation. And of course, that was a terrible fallacy. Many people wrote against it, but they were ignored. And the fact is that it stemmed from the U.S. being bogged down in the Middle East and having financial crises and polarization. We just weren't paying enough attention to China.
Okay. Then I appreciate that. So I wonder, as you talk about the decline of the peace and prosperity and the globalization, and the countries moving away from globalization, and we've seen it for quite some time. Different, Britain and Brexit, and France talking about it, so I'm wondering, have you guys tied that into the disintegration of democracy, because in westernized democratic nations?
Nah, that's yours.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I have a lot of things to say about that, but let's just very quickly. Globalization, when we shifted into this hypo-globalization world, was the global financial crisis, was in 2008. And what happened was the American consumer started to delever. And as Americans delevered, we weren't providing that consumer of last resort, which is what was making the entire globalization process operate. So then China started to recognize that they would no longer be able to rely on exports as much, and that their manufacturing sector had peaked. So they were going to have to change to be more reliant on domestic demand. So the Americans shifted, and the Chinese shifted and turned inward. And then we started to see other echoes. And I would consider Brexit an echo of that, because the global economic significance of Brexit is minuscule compared to US and China disengaging, the end of Chimerica. So now with Russia invading Ukraine, we see Europe and Russia disintegrating. Remember that German policy since the 70s was Ostpolitik, was the idea that you engage with Russia economically, particularly on energy, to discourage war and conflict. And that was under Willy Brandt in the 70s. That was under Angela Merkel. When Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, did Germany say, oh, Russia's a bad actor, we need to stop cooperating with them, we need to signal to them that they're behaving badly and punish them? No. She built the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and doubled down on Russian dependency, which was an extremely accommodative, one could say an appeasement. And what it did, in fact, was embolden Putin in Russia. Well, now that's all come crashing down because the German state has realized that they can't rely on Russia to act rationally, at least not in an economic sense. So now the Germans are divorcing their energy, and so we have a clear signal that Russia and Europe are divorcing. And so you see that disintegration is happening between the US and China and Europe and Russia. It's very clear that globalization will not be accelerating.
I think your question was more about some of the participatory democracy issues taking place in the United States and Europe.
Partially that, but also trying to get at the heart of this whatever you just called it, the deglobalization and the disintegration from each other. And I'm trying to get at the, what originally caused that was, and the result is more of this disintegration of democracies that we're seeing.
So, and to clarify, my answer to you is that no, it was not because British people voted for Brexit, and no, it wasn't because America elected Trump in 2016.
I know. I'm talking about even before that.
Exactly, and so am I. What I'm saying is that the decay of democracy narrative is a separate narrative. We can talk about it, but it's not the reason why or hypoglobalization, as I prefer to call it, is happening.
Okay. Is that what you were going to say?
I mean, I don't have a very specific view on that. I'll tell you one, and I don't know if this addresses it directly or indirectly, but there's a guy at MIT, David Autor, who's an amazing kind of forensic economist, and he started to track in the aftermath of China joining the World Trade Organization, which communities at a census tract level around the United States were the ones that were suffering the most. And from 2004 to 2016, those specific census tracts were the ones that had the greatest preponderance from flipping from blue to red from a political perspective. So there, and it's really interesting
I've
work.
also read these too.
And you look back, and I remember at the time there was so much celebration about China joining WTO, and there was a huge windfall for companies in terms of profits, and there was a huge windfall for American consumers in terms of import prices. I mean, we had years go by where you had negative contributions from imports to the price deflator. And we all, as a society, just kind of sat around and looked at the medical and ethical disintegration of some of the communities that were affected by this, and everybody was like, well, I guess that's the price you have to pay. And that slow-moving process just kind of eventually snapped to the point where people were just against the status quo. And I think that'll be the story of this kind of rush to, and a pox on the Business Roundtable, because they were the ones that for years were pushing for this, and they got what they wanted. They got the trade representatives they wanted, and they didn't I mean, the right thing to have done, and look, this is really hard to do, but the right thing to have done would have been to say, well, there's a huge profit windfall, and there's a huge consumer windfall from doing this. We're going to take a little piece away from both of those and reinvest it specifically and explicitly in the communities that are being harmed by this. And there really wasn't much of an organized national effort to do that.
And that's very well put, and we can add to this. The reason it snapped is because of the financial crisis. The credit bubble burst. Credit, easy access to credit, the ability to buy homes, these things had been tiding over that period. Americans had been deindustrialized. They kicked off the manufacturing line, whatever. But life still seemed like it was good, or at least tolerable, until the credit bubble burst. And then that's when the chickens came home to roost and everything. So then you get the populist outburst in the subsequent decade. The thing I think going forward we should keep in mind then as a conclusion to that is, well, first of all, credit bubbles generate enormous socioeconomic instability. So that means that going forward, we don't have to rehash the 2008 credit bubble. We all know what happened. We have to think about where are the current credit bubbles, where are the next destabilizing. And I think China is the world's outstanding financial imbalance. The property sector in China is orders of magnitude larger than the one that took down Japan in the 1990s. And so the country that faces instability going forward, and I'm talking long term as we talked about the purpose of the session, is China, because they'll suffer from deleveraging as well. And the deleveraging will not only affect their corporates, once their corporates become beholden to a debt minimization mentality, a mentality that is less risk averse, more about paying off debts than taking on new debts, then work will dry up for Chinese people. The government will make work, but then the productivity of the society will go down, and you'll end up with a much less stable China. And that will, of course, be a less stable world, because, of course, as we talked about earlier, one risk would be that if they're unstable at home, they could lash out abroad, which is what happened with Russia. The other risk would just be, okay, maybe they don't lash out abroad, but you still end up with a drag on global growth because China's, having problems. So I think the takeaway from this is you have those big shifts in the macroeconomy, and then they have lagging effects on the society and the politics. And so we don't want to lose sight of that NAFTA and China joining the WTO, et cetera, ultimately resulted in a huge populist outburst in the United States in the mid-2010s.
Yeah. The kind of the liberal point of view here, not politically liberal, but the economic liberalists really own a lot of the problem. Rob Portman, who's retiring, but he's the outgoing senator in Ohio, he did this report a couple of years ago, I'm sure you saw this, about how the Chinese government was financing Chinese researchers in U.S. universities to create shadow labs and take all of the intellectual property they were getting that was being funded by U.S. taxpayers and shipping it back to China. And when certain university presidents were confronted about this, their response was, well, we don't want to go on a witch hunt. And just so many of these things just look so bad in the light of day, with a flashlight shined on them, that's what is really kind of driving this really intense anti-globalization mood that the country has. Let's see if before the midterms Biden reduces some of the tariffs. It would be a bold political move and would give cover to other people in other places to try to save the remnants of globalization that exist.
But definitely don't bet on it mattering, because think about this. Not only is he only entertaining reducing those tariffs on some goods, but we're also simultaneously expanding the technology export controls, and we're expanding the ban on goods made in Xinjiang province, where the Uyghurs are, So in fact, what he's saying is, I don't like Trump, and I don't like the way Trump did that, but we're going to do a whole bunch of other things because we're still targeting China. And that hawkishness, I mean, Michael pointed out from the beginning, that's a bipartisan consensus.
All right. Lisa. Lisa first, and then you, Betty.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, are we on?
Yeah, you are.
Good. All right. I must say, as a poli-sci major, this is the first discussion since I've been on this board that I understand every acronym you're talking about, so thank you.
I got more.
Good.
I literally have a no acronym policy for my younger writers.
So, the whole discussion that you've given us makes one believe that global markets and emerging market strategies are facing far more volatile investment futures than anything we've encountered over the last quarter century or perhaps over the last 50 years. So what do you suggest is the appropriate strategy moving forward in terms of global markets and emerging market strategies? And if we should be moving more to domestic markets in terms of future investments, where are the areas that are most likely to see success in the domestic market?
Well, let's remember that this geopolitical thread is a really important pillar of how you have to think about markets. But during the geopolitical nap that took place from 1999 to 2010, we had two 40% declines in the equity market, which hadn't taken place since the Depression. And so the standard business cycle and changes in monetary policy are still the primary drivers of what happens to profits and GDP growth and per capita GDP and things like that. So, and this is an overgeneralization, but I've been doing asset allocation with our own JP Morgan products for 30 years. And the single, and those of you that read the Eye on the Market know this, the single most rewarding thing that I've done my entire career, to the point that I want this etched on my tombstone, is we have been overweight the United States in emerging markets and underweight Europe and Japan, that has paid dividends in 26 out of 30 years. And so there's a lot of reasons I could give you for why that's worked, and a lot of times the reasons are different. But at the end of the day, Europe has this amazing ability to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory again and again and again. I don't think it's a coincidence. There are all sorts of issues we could discuss about a region that has a kind of a common monetary policy and not a common fiscal policy. But I still think at different points in the business cycle, emerging markets offer tremendous opportunity. The United States and parts of Europe have outsourced massive amounts of industrial production: cement, rubber, plastics, ammonia, bricks, glass, things like that. And during periods of growth revivals, that's a lot of value that accrues to where that production is taking place. So there's still an important role for emerging economies, and what's going to essentially happen is, think about this irony. As we're all kind of recoiling in horror at the prospects of investing in China, MSCI, thanks a lot, has raised its weight for China to something like 40 to 45% of the emerging markets universe, right? So that's going in the wrong direction. So, and that's giving some very interesting alpha opportunities to emerging market portfolio managers to make radically different weights on a country basis than what the index is saying. Not that dissimilar from all the money that people made by underweighting Japan when it was 60 or 65% of the IFA in the late 1980s. So I still have the view that emerging markets can play an important role as a complement to U.S. equities. And again, it's been remarkably rewarding as a strategy. It's been the best returning pillar in whether it's manager selection, security selection, currency, duration management. It's been the biggest single consistent returning component in the portfolio.
And I guess I would, maybe just to add a little bit, I think one important development from the geopolitical trends we're seeing is that we talk about globalization moving sideways or moving down. Well, we have to think about, well, what's the ramification of that? And to me, I guess what we're likely to see is a continuation of some of the trends that started to emerge this year, and it has to do with inflation. And we know that a lot of the inflation bout that's been witnessed had to do with the pandemic, supply constraints, and the enormous stimulus of demand that happened in the US and in other countries during the pandemic. But we also have to be cognizant that even when that huge inflation spike subsides, we will likely have a more persistent, longer-term inflation risk. And the reason for that is because we have moved out of those macro and geopolitical contexts in the 1980s and 90s that were disinflationary, and even in the 2000s. So to put it very simply, you know, during the period of China's industrialization, you had migrants moving into the city and working on the factory line. Well, that suppressed global manufacturing goods prices, and it suppressed global inflation. But more generally, you just had huge populations, including China, building up savings so that you had a global savings glut, and it drove down inflation, it drove down bond yields. But in the environment that we're entering into in the coming decades, the dependency ratios are rising, workers are harder to get a hold of, and I'm not just talking about the cyclical labor shortage, I'm talking about the general demographic trend globally, particularly in China. And it raises the cost of each worker. It raises the price of labor. And so that's a trend that will likely persist. And if you add to that the fact that trade is harder to conduct across borders and investments are maybe harder to conduct across borders, particularly regarding China, then you end up with another loss of supply. Now, it does get tricky, because if China's economy slows down abruptly, then you have global slowdown, and then that's disinflationary. But as long as China's not collapsing, as long as they continue to grow at like a 4% growth rate, but they are breaking away from the U.S. kind of international order, then global growth is still somewhat sustained, but you have new supply constraints. And I think we witnessed this with the Chinese policy, which is to divorce from overdependence on trade. So what I'm saying is that inflation can be a persistent risk even beyond the pandemic era, because of hypoglobalization, because of huge fiscal spending. Remember, we talked about China and Europe are going to be outlaying huge amounts of resources fiscally to try to cope with their strategic problems. Large budget deficits. Europe will be shifting into a more budget deficit environment. China already runs large budget deficits if you use the IMF's best number for their deficits. So what you end up with, and of course the US is always running large deficits, you end up with countries that are less fiscally disciplined, and that's also inflationary.
Talk for an hour, but I'm not going to at this point. I think what I'm certainly hearing is we've got an incredibly risky international environment that we are all going to be living in over the next decade to many decades, and the risks associated with China are immense for what it means in terms of the consequences of the global economy, and I'm not sure any of us are prepared to understand what it's going to take to get right that relationship.
Yeah, and I think it's you have to keep remembering that this trillion-dollar, multi-trillion-dollar transition to a decarbonized future is inextricably linked to all of this. And Matt was describing some of the features of it, but if you really go up to 30,000 feet, you can see the moving pieces. And China just has such an enormous lead. I don't know how successful it will be, but China is even experimenting with using hydrogen as a catalyst for steel production. Think about something as simple as hydropower. In the United States, Massachusetts, Northeast is running out of power. They struck a deal with Hydro-Quebec to get hydropower at 5 cents a kilowatt hour, super cheap. First, New Hampshire, then Maine, blocked the Northern Pass project that was going to bring that hydropower from Quebec to Massachusetts. So now Massachusetts is importing more natural gas from West Virginia. Do you think that would ever happen in China? Think about what happened in the Three Gorges Dam. China basically said, you all have 15 minutes to go because we're about to, flood this region. Now, somewhere in between those two places, there's a society that'll survive, right? I'm not sure either of the wings can exist for long, but we have a private client family that has been working for the last 19 years to bring wind power from Wyoming to California. 19 years. 85% of the project is on public lands. And all that time has been spent negotiating with private landowner to private landowner for the 15% of the land that's private. And they're in year 17. So in a way, I think of that as a geopolitical risk factor for the United States. Because if we can't resuscitate the eminent domain policy that was used to build the interstate highway system, railroads, fiber optic cables, national parks, airports, I mean, if that's not going to be done to accelerate the renewable transition, we're going to fall further behind some of the other large regions in the world. And the Supreme Court I think that's another geopolitical risk factor for the United States. Because what the Supreme Court just did was basically say, we don't want the federal government leading with experimental policy, leave everything up to the states or up to state legislatures, which is basically a recipe for complete stagnation.
Okay, is that it? Thank you, Lisa. Ms. Yee?
Thank you. Is this on?
Not yet.
How's that?
Keep talking, because it takes a minute.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you for this discussion. And I guess what I'm trying to just kind of tease out of my own head is, when we look at certainly geopolitical risks and financial markets, there are lots of risks. We're talking about actually the top ones today with the two of you, and really appreciate the perspectives. But I wanted to see if you could help me anyway, put a frame around some of the other risks that we've been dealing with more real time. So for example, are we to look at this as kind of a hierarchy of risk or and I know the interrelationship of them, but for example, the global pandemic. How do we put that in a frame now? Because obviously a lot of geoeconomic security issues around that. But is there anything instructive about the pandemic in terms of what's happening maybe in other parts of the world that could help us think about where we might want to explore getting into certain markets or not? So that's one question. Then the second question has to do with just the issue of climate change, which is global climate change and all of its attendant effects, particularly mass migration. And again, how do we put that in a frame? And I know it emanates from so much of what you've talked about, but when we're looking at what is happening around the world, where we have opportunities, and especially if we are going to be dealing with some of these real-time impacts, do we look at these as short-term risks? Do we look at them as just part and parcel to what you've talked about? Can you just kind of help me sort through this?
Let me give one kind of answer that's going to touch on a certain piece, and then Matt to touch on the other piece of it, which is I'm going to answer that question from the perspective of all the work that I've done on underfunded state and local pension and retiree health care plans. Because to me, I don't think you can look at COVID as something, well, let's see where there are opportunities to invest. COVID was such a global failure in so many ways that it exposed certain fissures, lack of preparedness, and it essentially required the developed world to push its aggregate debt levels even closer to Italy. There's almost nothing good about it. And when I look at COVID and some of these emerging strains like BA.5 and BA.2.75, which is now in India and things like that. In my mind, we are headed for a world of lower real returns over risk-free rates over a prolonged period, in the same way that the 1990s and the prior decade were above trend. We're heading into a period of potentially below trend portfolio returns over risk-free rates, which is a really important concept for plans in aggregate to understand, so that when they set their ARC payments to remediate prior unfunded balances, when they figure out what kind of terms and conditions to apply to retiree health care plans, all of those, the biggest mistakes that you ever see made in the public and private sector are when people divorce the asset and liability side of any entity. And so to me, if we're heading into a period of 15 to 20 years with lower than average portfolio returns in real terms, that's a really important point to communicate to all the stakeholders of any pension plan, so that you don't end up, frankly, like New Jersey or Illinois, whose unfunded situations I consider to be irredeemably insolvent.
So I would say, there's so many consequences we can draw from these events, but to be very simple, one is that the pandemic really precipitated generational change. And I don't just mean that because it exacted such a disproportionate toll on the elderly, but also because what we saw were people retiring early. And as we discussed earlier, the global demographic profile is one in which the support ratio falls, or the dependency ratio rises because of aging in developed economies, but even in China. So I think that's an important takeaway, is that that labor pressures will persist. And you have fewer prime age workers trying to bear the loads of economies that not only have huge debt already, but are going to be spending more in order to maintain aggregate demand and pursue energy independence and pursue national security in a more volatile world. So it puts an enormous stress on those prime age workers, and they'll be able to command higher wages. But the other thing is that it connects with that, is that the pandemic also precipitated the return of government. And what I mean by that is that during the period of the 1980s, 90s, 2000s, the West was combating Soviet communism and striving to create greater productivity through a deregulation and decentralization. But what we've discovered in the 21st century is that the same liberal democracies are now feeling that they need to have a larger role played by government in order to deal with the problems they face. In some cases, those are traditional government roles, like building infrastructure. The U.S. has decayed infrastructure. We found very quickly that we had a bipartisan consensus because President Obama wanted an infrastructure plan, and then President Trump wanted an infrastructure plan, and then President Biden got an infrastructure plan, and Republicans voted for it. But military, Japan and Germany were the two pacifist nations after World War II. Now look at their military spending. It's rising, which is very indicative of the global trend, where others are also spending a lot more on military. So, basically you have the democracies realizing they need to spend more on energy transition, national security, on social safety net, making, pacifying parts of the population that are discontent and aggressive. Italy, the UK, and the US in particular have witnessed a surge in populism. The clear government response to that has been to provide more social goods. So I think the pandemic then can broadly be written as the marker at which liberal democracies recognize the need for larger government. Now, that can be a problem because, of course, a lot of the Reagan and Thatcher era lessons were in fact correct. Free markets are a good thing, and productivity in particular is a good thing. And if free markets help create productivity, then that's what you want. So the larger government trend could become a problem at some point. But I think that's where, that's where you have to more like kind of cyclically and tactically monitor actual developments. But the big takeaway is that the pandemic caused the West to wake up to the need to having more active central governments. And then they will do that, and that means they'll be doing more, which means they'll be running larger budget deficits. And then the migration and climate change issues. Climate change, I think climate change has a very obvious collective action problem. And like I've highlighted repeatedly today, the international system always has been and always will be an anarchic system. And you have to go to the science fiction writers to find a world, a planet Earth, that's ruled by one government. So when different governments when different nation states continue to be the primary actors on the global stage, they will not recognize each other's authority. And so they will not be very good at collective action. That's why the movies are always so interesting when there's an asteroid about to hit Earth or aliens are invading, because then humans can actually collectively act because we have a shared enemy, right? That's not the real world. And so until the aliens are actually, and you can't do the Paul Krugman thing where you invent an alien invasion so that we all do something that the government wants, because when it's revealed that you're lying and there aren't actually aliens, you'll get a populist revolt. So basically, countries won't cooperate very well. And climate change then becomes a question of which countries have an interest. And like we discussed earlier, China and Europe have a profound interest in creating greater energy independence and security. So they'll be devoting the most resources to it. But the US has a profound interest in not being left behind, but also, of course, in taking part of the long-term energy transition. And so, that trend will probably persist. And then the migration issues you mentioned are very obvious because we have a food crisis unfolding as we speak. Remember, I talked about how the socio-political effects will come at a lag. So the fact that it's only Sri Lanka today should not be viewed as consolation. That should be the tip of the iceberg. Kazakhstan, Ethiopia, Sri Lanka, that's the tip of the iceberg. But what we're about to witness is global unrest. And what's very interesting there, unrest in itself doesn't matter. Unrest matters when it changes governments or governments change policies. And I'm talking about for the economic policy for financial markets. So in other words, this combination of events, energy crisis, food crisis, will coincide with a global generational change where the baby boomers essentially step down, they retire or step down from power. And the unrest and the crisis events stemming from the inflation will be the mechanism. Unhappy people will vote for different people, and they will, because of the generational change, they'll be voting for younger people. Now, in the US, that's good, and we can get, or in Europe, you can see Emmanuel Macron as the face of the generational change in France, for example. But remember that many countries don't get to vote. So they're going to have revolutions in order to...
Yeah, but I'm not sure if we took the temperature in France right now, Macron would be seen as...
But I wasn't making any kind of campaign statement for Macron. What I'm saying is that the generation shift, and I don't think anyone in this room disagrees that the sooner we get a 55-year-old in the White House, the better. Because what we're looking at is potential gerontocracy in the United States, which is exacerbating many of the issues in which, in fact, there is greater policy consensus among the people, but it's not being implemented because of calcified partisan divisions in the current ruling class. So generational change should be viewed as a good thing. And in democracies, it can be because we have the mechanism for the rotation. That's all I'm pointing out. And in France, of course, they clipped Macron's wings, but they still chose him resoundingly as their leader, again, showing that this change is taking place. So to sum it all up, governments take a larger role, particularly in the West. Doesn't necessarily mean we shift into totalitarianism or something. It just means governments take a marginally larger role. And then meanwhile, well, just let me finish, and then you can, yeah. And then the migration and the climate change effects are part of what we have today in the 2020s is going to be large-scale instability and regime changes and generational change, and where you could maybe look to a new equilibrium, I think, would be later in the decade or in the 2030s.
Yeah, in terms of large government, I don't know. I think we've at peak globalization. I think we also, in the United States, I think we're at peak government intervention from a fiscal and monetary perspective. I mean, MMT now looks like kind of a cocktail napkin joke, right? That modern monetary policy thing that somebody made up over the weekend. And we're kind of hitting the upper limits against the kind of fiscal policy that was being run. Manchin, like him or hate him, is single-handedly imposing fiscal discipline. The deal he's negotiating with Schumer right now would be the first one since Graham-Rudman in the 90s that raises more tax dollars than it spends because it would dedicate the excess to deficit reduction. So I think we've reached kind of peak intervention from a fiscal policy perspective. And, the bloom is off the rose with respect to some of the interventions that the government did. There's a lot of economists that are taking a very close look at what kind of stimulus was provided. The PPP was a public policy disaster. I mean, I didn't think we'd ever see an eclipse of the kind of wasted money and fraud that we saw after Katrina, but there are some amazing papers that have been written by the fintech lenders and how 50 to 70% of all of the loans that they provided were to, fraudulent, non-existing, duplicative customers. I mean, there was massive amounts of fraud and theft that took place under that PPP program. And so I think there's going to be somewhat of a backlash from a fiscal perspective to some of the things that were done during COVID. And on the climate stuff, boy, the single toughest, most contrarian thing that anybody would ever have to have done would have been in the spring of 2020 when everybody said that fossil fuels were dead money and renewable stocks were soaring. That was a remarkable catalyst in time. And so if we're allowed to take victory laps, BCA did a fantastic job in predicting some of the things that happened in Ukraine. You heard, for anybody that reads my annual energy paper, I was begging people, if they had the ability to do so in early 2020, to massively reduce renewable exposure and add exposure to the oil and gas sector, which was trading at 10% of its historical book value relative to the market, because people were misunderstanding the pace of the transition.
I think that was an incredible call. And real quickly, let's square the circle here. Cyclically, I think what Michael said is exactly right. We're about to have a midterm election. Republicans are at least going to take the House. I mean, and we're not going to see intervention of the size of the pandemic intervention tomorrow, right? So I totally agree with that. But what I'm talking about is structurally, look at the underlying trend in U.S. governance. Is it to have the government take a smaller role or larger role? I would argue a larger role. First of all, just simply by looking at the CBO, the budget deficits go up as a share of GDP in the coming decades. That's because no one will cut Social Security or reform any of our long-term liabilities. Now, here's the thing. Republicans were the party that wanted to reform long-term, mandatory spending, right? But in 2016, Republicans took a very important shift. Out of 17 Republican candidates, there was only one that said that there should be no cuts to Social Security. His name was Donald Trump. The Republican Party is not a fiscally austere party anymore because fiscal austerity wasn't winning elections. They're a more populist party. And in fact, if you look at history, Republicans always got elected when they were spenders, So Nixon was a spender, Reagan was a spender. Eisenhower is the only one that upholds the kind of notion of Republican austerity. But even he did big projects, infrastructure.
But Republicans are austerity.
When they're in the opposition.
Yeah, when they're the only one.
And Democrats are fiscally responsible when they're in the opposition. I mean, you always want to undermine the other party's growth rate by cutting back government so that they stumble right before the next election. So that's the idiocy of, politics. But what I'm saying is that if we look at the long term, multiple administrations have now contrived to build more domestic infrastructure. Multiple administrations have now contrived to maintain very large defense spending. You're not getting Biden in there. I had people tell me Biden was going to slash the defense budget. Maybe he dreams of that. No way, it's not happening. And it can't happen because of the global great power competition we're talking about. Social safety net, no one's going to slash the social safety net. Would we want a real rebellion? You know? No. So in other
I
words...
hate to say this,
yeah.
guys, but I got to get you guys to wrap up.
Okay.
So finish up.
So to finish that point, what I'm seeing is an underlying, believe it or not, underlying new consensus emerging in the United States, which is on building infrastructure, and allowing some manufacturing at home, tougher trade policy, especially toward China, and tougher national security. And all these things are in fact bipartisan beneath the noise, but they all point toward a marginally higher government role in life.
Did that answer your question, Betty? I mean, it was a really good answer. All right. So I want to thank you, Dan, Michael, and Matt, for your great presentation. You both are extremely passionate about your work, so I'm very happy to hear it, and they were great presentations and good conversations, too. So thank you very much. Dan, did you want to close up with anything here?
No, I was just going to say the same thing. I was just going to thank, well, first of all, that was the easiest panel I've ever moderated.
Right? You didn't have to ask any questions.
You know, between the board asking, you know, and really engaging and asking all the questions I was going to ask, other than the fact that I ended with more questions than I started with, that was really one of the easiest ones. So I also really want to thank our panelists for joining us. I loved the debate also. I think it's really great. You know, Nicole talked about this earlier, that very expert, very intelligent, reasonable minds can land in different places, and that really underscored that. But I really just want to thank both Michael and Matt for joining us, and thank the board for engaging. And so back to you, Madam President.
Absolutely. Thank you again, gentlemen. It was a really good debate.
Thank you.
So we are breaking for lunch right now. I think we're meeting in the same room, right? So we're meeting for lunch in the breakfast room. We will see everybody back here at 1:15 to talk about Spotlight on Private Debt Opportunities. Going to start the afternoon session, this is the spotlight on private debt opportunities, and I'm going to hand this over to Jean Sue. Thank you, Jean. I only see one.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this morning's session. I personally, I don't know whether I enjoy it or not because I was born and raised in Taiwan. I would never expect that the whole geopolitical session is almost 1 hour talking about the risk in Taiwan. I was born and raised there with democracy and rule of law. I do not want that to be changed. The Communist Party has never ruled one day in Taiwan at all. I always think that Taiwan is an independent country. It's not a province, as China said. I think I appreciate Jose said that there is 7 fleet in Taiwan Strait. That is probably the reason that I can grow up safe and then standing here today contributing to the investment of these CalPERS to the beneficiary of the CalPERS retiree. I really appreciate that. And then I hope that when we're talking about that, it is not only investment implications. It is real human life, right? You look at Ukraine. I do not want that to happen in any parts of the world. So let's hope and pray that things can be solved peacefully. People can put, majorities' interest in mind rather than their own ideology in mind. And then let's pray that, we are all going for the right direction for the human beings. So with that, I want to change the tone a little bit to talk about investments. And then since I am being protected by the 7th Fleet and then standing here, what we can do to increase the return of CalPERS. Private debt is a very new area to CalPERS, but not only to CalPERS. In the whole industry, this is not as long as private equity, it's not as long as all the public trading area. We are very lucky to have Tony Ressler today. I will introduce him a little bit later. But because this is private area is so new that I want to spend a little bit time talking about what we think private debt is. About 3 years ago, we did an educational session in the board closed session about what we think private debt is and then what our strategy is. But since that, I think only probably half of our board did not have that background. So I'm going to spend like 2 minutes talking about what do we view what the private debt is. Okay, so this one is I know you cannot see this, but this was one of the slides that I used in the last closed session talking about what is private debt. Private debt is not a mystery at all. It is basically a mirror image of what we have in the public debt market, with one exception. Anybody who wants to get which area that the public market, the private debt did not mirror the public market? Anybody raise your hand? Which area did private debt not a mirror image of public debt?
I was going to say, I think everybody has a question mark on top of their head right now, Jim.
Okay, I'll give you the answer. Treasury market government debt. because it is private. So we are not, underground government that issue underground government debt. No, right? But if you look public company side, you have corporate, right? You have investment grade, you have high yield. How about in the private side? You have the private direct lending to the companies. This is one big area. The next big area is mortgages. In the public market, there are Ginnie Mae, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, pooled securitization market. Very, very liquid, almost equivalent to the Treasury, sometimes even trading better than the Treasury. Okay. In the private side, what do you have? The private side, you have loans to the mortgage market. You have whole loans. Okay. In the private side, your relationship, you borrow from the bank, that is actually a private debt. Before it was pooled into Fannie Freddie as a securitization, and then they trade it publicly. The third area is the commercial real estate side. In the public market, you have CMBS, commercial real estate securitization. In the private side, you have lenders directly lending to the real estate equity holders, private, okay? Insurance companies doing this, private debt. Okay? And then at the end, consumer side or some esoteric. In the public side, you do have credit card securitization, or you and my credit cards receivables being securitized into a pool, and in that pool will then issue securities, and then we trade it on the public market. Student loans securitization, autos securitization, lease securitization, fleet, cell towers securitization. On the private side, before any of this being put on that public side, it's all on the private side. So that's why I said this is a parallel market that you have public market trading as well as this private direct lending experience. So I hope that I said this clear enough that you are thinking about this is nothing mystery, okay? With that, I'm going to spend more time with our panelists, our fireside chat panelists today. Today we are very happy to have Tony Ressler with us. Tony is the founder of Ares Management. Ares Management right now manages 325 billion assets. CalPERS manages 450 billion assets. Ares has more than 2,000 professionals dedicated in managing this 325. I am not saying that CalPERS has to hire 2,000, no. But CalPERS has roughly 300-ish managing 450 billion, okay. Tony Tony is a think tank to me, okay? Not only in the private debt management. The Ares has real estate, Ares has private equity. Actually, CalPERS' relationship with Ares started from private equity, okay? A lot of the people here knows Tony way before I knew Tony. I knew Tony like maybe this year. And then I was so impressed about his knowledge. And then that's why, I can't wait to introduce him to you today, that hopefully that it can be an interactive session, that you feel free to ask questions. I know Tony can talk, and he will be very direct and very honest with you. Okay, so with that, I want to say the first question will be, hey, Tony, is the growth of the private lending market, is that a short-term phenomenon? Or are we witnessing something that is actually landscape changing?
Well, thank you for that introduction, Jean, and thanks for having me here today. So speaking a little bit about the private lending market, is it a short-term phenomenon? Is it here for an extended period of time? I do want to take one quick step back and give folks at least a sense of how we see the private debt markets and how it has evolved. Really, over the past 20 years, certainly exacerbated in the 2008, 9, 10 period, many, many things have been going on to help create what I would argue is a robust and rapidly growing private credit market. Firstly, we have banks. Everyone here understands what banks are, but very few of us appreciated, particularly in the 2008-9 period. You had banks that were generally levered 30, 35, 40 times off of their capital base. And yes, when you have that amount of leverage and deposits insured by the government, consumer deposits, of course, you have to decide what level of risk banks should be taking. And we saw 2008, 2009 highlight that bank balance sheets, whether they were levered 30 times or today's 15 times, on average, were not necessarily the ideal provider of credit to small and medium-sized companies. You also have increasing numbers of private companies reducing the number of public companies, and the public companies have gotten much larger from a capital structure and a capitalization perspective. So with all of these issues coming together, the world of private credit basically moving off the balance sheet of large money center banks and onto the balance sheet, not just of an Ares management, but of a CalPERS. Institutional investors have stepped into the breach, if you will. They are providers of credit to the marketplace, not terribly different than in the private equity world, where you have private equity providers competing with public equity providers and issuers. And the difference, of course, is you expect higher yield and less volatility. Same exact premise in the private credit space versus the public credit space. Now, there are many, many factors, of course, which we'll get into, but I think, and yes, it's self-serving if you're the chairman of Ares Management, but we not only believe that the private credit business is here and a permanent asset class, but frankly, a rapidly growing asset class that is encompassing more and more assets and types of assets than most of the folks around this table probably appreciate. Whether it's real estate lending, infrastructure lending, ABS lending, all of these, if you will, are related to the explosion in the direct lending business. All, if you will, self-originated private credit products that we believe, at least, and the last 20 years would evidence, should meaningfully outperform its public debt equivalent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tony. So, Tony actually answered the second question, so I have to change the direction a little bit. Okay, so Tony, why do you say that this is going to outperform the public market?
Again, at any moment in time, you could see meaningful outperformance from the public market over the private market. You could have a dramatic change in interest rates to affect treasuries even. But over an extended period of time, the private credit space, self-originating debt product with better information, generally better covenants, better protections for the investor, will over time, 3, 5, 10-year periods, not just outperform yield, but meaningfully outperform defaults and, as if not more importantly, returning assets, recovery of defaults, a critically important factor in analyzing a credit product.
So a lot of the people think, public market is more transparent, and then so that they will have like less default, and then, and the recovery may be better. But from all the years and all the due diligence that we're looking at, we actually found that for good managers that the private debt actually have less default. At the same time, even if they default, have a better recovery. Why was it?
But again, when one looks at the private credit market, and I do believe the manager matters and credit analysis, of course, matters. But if you're negotiating terms and leading the discussion with the borrower directly, if you think about it, the information is far superior, and therefore the quality of your protection should be far superior. And one of the great misconceptions in the private credit market versus the public credit market, even the syndicated loan market, is defaults, and as I said, as importantly, recovery on defaulted assets is actually higher in the private credit market. So again, this is the quality of credit analysis, the importance of credit analysis, combined with creating your own protections or covenant package in the companies you're doing business with. So again, under the category of why and how did the private credit market grow, and again, we haven't talked just the size. I don't mean to take everyone here down the walk down memory lane, if you will, but I guess I've been doing this a while. And at one point, 10 or 15 years ago, a $25 million loan in this private credit space was a very, very sizable loan. So the amount or size of this asset class is actually kind of staggering in today's 2022. And what I mean by that is some people use $1 trillion, and we assure you it's far larger. And the reason I say that, just Ares Management, we originate something in the neighborhood of $50 billion a year in the private credit space, just US, Europe. Okay? And again, the average loan size, it used to be, as I said, 25 million, maybe growing to 125 million. Today, we still make $25 million loans, by the way. But this space, this fairway has grown to be $2.5 billion type loans, still living, if you will, in this private credit community or asset class. So the amount or size of this asset class is far larger. And yes, it is absolutely taking market share from the syndicated loan and high yield and even high grade space. And will continue to for a whole bunch of reasons, particularly from an issuer perspective, which people may not also appreciate. Sometimes easier to deal with 1, 2, or 3 lenders than a bank who syndicates to hundreds of buyers, or a high-yield bond manager that distributes to hundreds of buyers. So again, there's a reason this asset class has grown dramatically over the past 10 years and will continue to for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I think, Tony, that you just bring a very, very good point. You know, I have a public market background, so we trade in the public market. And then I heard from, the colleagues, I think that probably you guys remember, like, the Caesars Casino in Las Vegas, okay? They went bankrupt, and then they have a huge debt, is public traded debt. So at the meeting of, like, how do we handle that default things, I think it's Credit Suisse, or maybe I remember incorrectly. They are the syndicated bank. They opened 3,000 phone lines, okay, for the debtors to, call in, okay, to participate in the meeting, to decide, how to negotiate, how to do it. 3,000 phone lines. And then one of the managers, who has substantial holdings in that, he cannot even dial in. So this tells you how difficult it is and how time-consuming it is in the public market when you have a broadly syndicated debt holders. How difficult it is to negotiate with 3,000 of them versus in the direct lending, you're having like one lender or like a club of 5 lenders that you need to talk to, and then that can, shorten the period of negotiation and then figure out what is the right step to do. And then, Tony, do you think that is the reason why the recovery is actually higher in private debt versus the public market?
One of the critical reasons for sure, and the ability to have a simple conversation with the sponsor of a private credit borrower. And it's quite simple. The sponsor wants to put up more money, and the lender wants to help the sponsor keep control of the business. That's the way it's supposed to work. And of course, on occasion, you'll have a sponsor or entrepreneur walk away from a business because they don't have access to additional capital, or they simply can't control the process. And in that instance, again, somewhat important, the ability not just to determine the quality of the company you're going to lend to, but to have the ability to fund, improve, or benefit the company you lend to when, on occasion, you must take control, is all part of how you maintain de minimis losses from your lending book. And again, we've seen this now over a 20-plus year period. So it is critically important, and if you think about from a sponsor perspective, not every buyout shop wants private credit. Sometimes they feel they can price at lower average cost in the syndicated loan and high-yield bond market. And we say for those folks that prefer that, great. There's plenty of room on this planet for both the syndicated loan and high-yield market as well as the private credit space. But most sponsors would also tell you, if and when, which they don't anticipate, but always must prepare for, if and when their company gets into trouble, the ability to restructure that business with your creditors is so much easier with a private credit provider or group of providers versus a highly syndicated loan and or high yield issuance. So a dramatic difference, I think, in terms of restructuring.
Okay, so I would like to move on and ask Tony that, which area of the private market do you think is the most attractive right now?
So again, I think, well, I guess 2 points I would make. Nobody gives us capital to stay in cash. That's not our job. So our job is to figure out, and after hearing the strategists speak a bit earlier about the great concerns geopolitically, at the end of the day, our job is to find the best risk reward we can find. And in private credit, as an example, you're going into a more difficult economic period, which of course, if you see that, and you see that in the 700 companies that you're currently lending to, then your job is to focus much more on being more senior, if you will, than junior. Your job is to focus on the quality of the company rather than the yield of the underlying loan. And it's markets like this that we've seen before. And 2008, 2009, or 99, or even for some of us, 87. When you see markets that we are going into, we've had 10 years, a little bit more actually, but 10, 12 years of incredibly low interest rates, which of course leads to very high asset prices. So when you do see a repricing going on in the marketplace, which we are in at this moment, your focus, hopefully, and your managers, hopefully, are focused much more on quality than yield. And in the private credit market, that would suggest being more senior than junior, as an example.
How about not geopolitically, because we are just talking about it this morning. Given the geopolitical risk, which geography do you think is the right risk reward going forward?
So again, at the risk of disagreeing with your earlier speakers, we are meaningful lenders in the U.S., Europe, and Pan-Asia. All right. Now, granted, the U.S. and Europe are far further along in the private credit asset classes. We're probably doing maybe 35 billion a year of origination in the U.S., maybe 16, 17 in Europe. And both markets continue to grow the size of the pie of private credit. In Asia, it's a much more complicated, slower process because many markets are so different, even though we want to be Pan-Asian. Japan is a very different market, very aggressive banking market. Australia, New Zealand, which we're now in the stretch first lien lending business, also a fairly aggressive banking market. In China, again, you see a group of high-quality companies, which is of critical importance. On the other hand, you have a banking system that really is used as a faucet, I would argue, by the Chinese government. They turn it on to create economic growth. They shut it off to reduce economic growth. And again, those are the types of markets that are more difficult to lend. Singapore, India, we're in Singapore, India, Thailand, Indonesia, all of which we are, shall we say, moving very slowly because ultimately you need a much bigger market. You need hundreds of companies of a certain size before you could be aggressive lenders and have a diverse portfolio. So we're moving more slowly in Asia, and it's why round numbers, we're much more in the specialty lending, more asset-based lending than corporate or cash flow lending, by the way. So that's how we're moving into the Asian market, whereas in US and Europe, it's very much a cash flow lending business because there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of companies to choose from, and the market is much larger at the current moment.
How about like the industry or areas? Like where do you see that it has potential to grow?
So it's a very interesting, especially when you're talking to folks, and maybe we're giving more than people have asked for, because we do talk geographic diversification, U.S. and Europe for sure. Asia, as I said, more slowly, but certainly coming, and we see a much larger market there over the next 10 years. But industry specifics, we have verticals, kind of like I'm sure what you guys have in most of your private equity managers, industry verticals and great specialization. But we launch specialty funds in industries that we think create an expertise and, if you will, a sense that we are here to stay. And as an example, specialty healthcare and sports media entertainment, power as well, infrastructure as well. But the two most recent is the sports media entertainment and the specialty healthcare.
Okay, we promised this one to be interactive and fun, okay? I would like to ask our board members, okay, any one of you can raise your hand. Do you watch any sports? Or does your kids or your partners like any sports at all? Anybody from the board member? Yes, maybe we start from here. Like, what do you like? What sport do you like? And in which team do you like the best? Yeah, go ahead.
For me, I'm a big football fan, so.
American football or European?
American football, yes, like the 49ers, the Green Bay Packers, those kinds of guys. So those are my.
Okay. Who else? Give me a couple more. Yes.
Soccer, World Cup, European Championship. Yay.
Okay. Anybody else? I see ladies here. Yes. Okay. NBA. Okay. How about you? American football. Okay. Very good. Tony, you want to talk a little bit about?
Let's not forget baseball in the world. The first place, Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh, very good. Wow, very good. Okay. Okay. Now.
By the way, there's a few more interesting sports like Formula One, certainly the U.S. MLS. We have hockey. There's so many sports that globally. So it is fair to say we've had an enormous number of reverse inquiry of how we can help invest and lend to the sports industry very broadly defined. So it's not just franchises, but there's stadiums, there's technology-related businesses, there's retailers, and there's food and beverage requirements. So these businesses are a little bit more complex than you might appreciate, more capital required. But the point that I guess I'm trying to make is this is an industry much larger and has grown to be much more valuable as people have realized the value of global media rights, whether it's in a Formula One or an NFL, or certainly an English Premier League as an example. So what we determined is that there was a massive, massive opportunity to provide capital to many of these players, many of these participants and principals, but we generally felt we could live in between the very, very attractively priced, low-cost bank debt at the very top and what we often found, the non-economic equity at the bottom. So playing in the middle of the capital structure of many of these types of businesses.
Okay, very interesting. Tony just mentioned uneconomical holders of equity on the sports team. Tony, I think that you own the Atlantic Hawks. You are the uneconomic holders of the equity.
So it is fair to say I do own the Atlanta Hawks basketball team, I guess. And it must be said, 7 years ago, I was actually a bit early. I thought there was inflation coming. I thought that there was global media rights improving. I actually love basketball and had 3 sons and still play on Sundays. So if you're in an opportunity, I bought that team. And it must be said, we bought the team, it's all public, for something in the $700 million range. We didn't think we were going to do very well. I thought it was a safe asset, but I didn't see it as a dramatically appreciating asset. And I guess I was wrong, because it has dramatically increased in value. But really, and every sports franchise is a function of global media rights. Some people think sports betting in the future, but it's truly global media rights and how they can, if you will, be leveraged to the benefit of the owner. So those sports that folks around this table think are going to be watched more frequently will be dramatic increases of value. There is very little programming as valuable as live sports programming in today's craziness of where the programming industry is going. So again, under the category of, but I am trying to suggest there's literally so few providers, and there are still some leagues, and I believe we have some NFL fans as an example. There are some people that were like, some leagues that didn't want mezzanine capital. They wanted just common from rich people and maybe just a little bit of bank debt. That was the history of the NFL and the NBA and the Major League Baseball and NHL. It wasn't the history of of the European leagues, but it was the history of U.S. sports franchises. But as the franchise values dramatically increased, as we've just seen with the Broncos going for $4.5 billion of capital, it's no longer possible. There's exceptions, and we just saw one, but it's very rare that an individual can pay $2, $3, $4 billion with all common, and they require some sort of private credit solution to get to these purchase prices. And we think private credit solutions that have truly de minimis risk to principal and very attractive long-term rates of return.
So thank you very much. With that, I think, I don't know how much time that we have left. Do we open to the board members for questions?
I don't right at the moment. Let me check our time here real quick, guys. We've got plenty of time, to be honest with you. So
roughly how much time I have?
It looks like we have about a half an hour, but I
Oh,
have,
okay.
I do have public comment, so.
Oh, okay. So let's go for another.
Oh, Jose.
Yeah, Jose.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Tony. This is a really awesome discussion, and just the information you're providing us is really tremendously helpful for our educating the board and so forth. And I really appreciate that, and appreciate Jean's comments as well earlier about Taiwan and so forth. My question is, we're talking about the NFL. Let's just say that you said that in the past we only had common, and they were resistant, or historically they've been resistant to not moving into mezzanine. What is there a kind of, since now it seems to be that where they are moving more toward mezzanine, do you see that happening as it's going to become more of a common place in the industry? Or I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Oh, there's no question. I literally feel 100% certain that many sports leagues have to react to the appreciation of their franchises. So they just weren't prepared for these teams to be worth $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, $5 billion. So the numbers have gotten too big for just common. And what they're trying to figure out, to their credit, is how can you add private credit in some form, but not increase the risk of bankruptcy. A franchise going bankrupt would be horrible to the NFL or the MLB or the NBA. And so what they want to make sure is that the cash requirements are modest.
And my understanding is that one of the mechanisms that help mitigate that issue is with respect to debt covenants. Is that correct?
And this is something I want to be careful
Yes.
because the non-cash, when people talk about PIK securities, I have always felt PIK securities are equivalent to equity and should be priced at 20% yield, not 10% yield, to give you a sense. But in the sports franchise world, the value of some of these franchises, we would argue, is so safe to a certain amount. So if you have a $4 billion NFL franchise, and you have an individual willing to put $2 billion of common to buy a franchise for $4 billion, is a PIK security above $2 billion of common that pays 8, 9, 10% for extended periods of time, an incredibly safe and attractive security. In this asset class, I would argue yes. In the corporate world, I would argue no.
Yes, and because this is all present on the fact of the high value of what you mentioned earlier of the global media rights. Is that correct?
That is precisely correct.
Wow, that's very interesting. Well, thank you very much, Tony. I appreciate that.
Tony, I have a question from Ms. Middleton.
Fascinating discussion. Thank you. One of the things you said early on, if I heard correctly, was you expected private debt to have higher yield and less volatility than public debt. Where is the less volatility coming from? Could you talk about your business model a little bit more?
Sure. So our portfolio of private debt securities gets priced generally every quarter and is priced entirely by third-party consultants and evaluators. The public market, of course, trades every day. And sometimes, and I do believe this is one of the major differences in the amount of volatility, is mutual funds that hold large chunks of high-yield bonds, CLOs and leveraged structures, and bank balance sheets that hold large chunks of syndicated loans are often in more difficult environments forced to sell, forced to create liquidity. In the private debt space, frankly, we don't have that. We are institutional holders that own their debt for the foreseeable future through maturity with capital from folks like yourself, frankly. So we are not highly levered owners of syndicated loans, so the volatility is much lower than what people probably appreciate in the public markets.
Yeah, and Lisa, that was that was what we said, the accounting diversification.
And this has been an area where there, in the general public, has been great resistance for public pensions and organizations like CalPERS to enter into. What would be your response to the public as to why this is not only a viable option, but a preferable option for investment?
It's interesting. I think the public, even when people talk about there's a great private credit risk, and is there systemic risk from private credit? Again, no disrespect to my private equity friends. We're very much in the private equity business, believe it's a superb asset class. In private credit, we generally lend 1 to 6 times cash flow. Private equity is generally buying from 7 to 14 times cash flow. So in difficult times, when people say, which asset class is more exposed, the private equity asset class or the private credit asset class, I would argue the asset class that has 1 to 6, i.e. higher in the capital structure, with a current yield and with covenants, is far less exposed, frankly, than private equity, item number one. Item number two, and this is something that I do believe the public doesn't, I want to be careful, doesn't do great work on, but I would urge folks to do analysis of defaults and recovery on defaults of the private credit asset class, particularly of large managers in the private credit asset class. And I think what you'll find, as I think we could evidence over the past 20 years, is default rates are generally similar, pretty darn close, but recovery rates are actually higher. And again, recovery rates means what loss do we incur in a defaulted loan? And that's such a critically important metric to determine which of your managers are doing what they say they're doing, which is lending to good companies at reasonable multiples of cash flow. That means in a recession or in a boom market, you get paid your coupon and your principal.
All of the references I've heard so far are to lending to private entrepreneurs. Is there a role for private credit in lending to public entities, particularly in infrastructure projects?
So again, I think it's funny, we just really hired a group out of Australia from AMP that is the largest mezzanine lender to infrastructure in the world today. And we think that's a massive opportunity. Again, it's kind of similar to the sports analogy, above the common and below very, very aggressively priced bank debt. We think there's a massive mezzanine debt opportunity. And we think that's just happening because, again, historically in infrastructure, before, and when you see the infrastructure bill and the infrastructure commitments around the world, the magnitude of dollars has grown to be so large that just equity and just low-priced bank debt is simply not enough. And I think you're going to see that asset class grow very dramatically, by the way.
All right, thank you.
She?
Yeah, thank you very much. My question has to do with, actually it was a little bit of a surprise section, Jean, in your piece that you shared with the board, and it had to do with how private debt managers deal with ESG issues. And it seemed like, as I read it, it was that maybe we've had it backwards. We've put all of our focus on ESG issues really in the public market, but that there's really a lot of movement in the private debt space. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit and why there seems to be, I guess, much more of an instant recognition of the material risks associated with ESG issues?
Again, from our perspective on ESG, we kind of look at it the way we do our private equity business, where we think we could we want to be careful. We don't control the company,
Right.
but we feel we could offer best practices in many, many different areas, and have tried to. Now, we want to be careful because 80%, 70% of our loans are to companies with sponsors, with private equity sponsors. So the question begets, are we pushing them, or have they heard our input and taken it upon themselves? So we try to be incredibly respectful to the process, but we do think best practices in the direct lending space has dramatically improved the ESG discussion in virtually every one of our portfolio companies.
So, but just the, I mean, building, I guess, those considerations into the loan underwriting. I mean, are you getting
Oh,
the response?
it is very much a box of whether or not the companies are ESG compliant. And I want to be careful on, to our degree, and this is a great debate internally, and we have been a little bit more flexible, as you could imagine, which is when the sponsor tells us they're moving in the direction we're hopeful, we go forward. And we've rarely been told in the last couple of years that there isn't recognition of the way the world has changed. And we feel we've had enormous progress in that process. Okay. And that is very much a diligence item, and one that we live up to.
Okay, good, thank you.
And Betty, if I can help on this one, is we do see managers as a lender, what you can do, right? So they can have ratchets of rates, okay? So I lend to a company, and then if I think that company, that we have the predetermined metrics, if you reach like how many points on that one, okay, a year later, when we review that, your interest rate will ratchet down, like 5 basis points or something. So we use this as a lender's incentive for the borrowers to comply with the ESG.
I see.
So that is something that we've been trying to do.
Okay.
How much can we do? It really depends on the market. The ESG thing, that if you're too early in the market, you are the loser. Right? You have to catch the tide at the time that it is the right tide, so you ride that tide so we are not sacrificing our fiduciary duty. In the past, if you ask me like 3 years ago, like Carlyle will come up to me and say, hey, Jean, I want to do like a COO, which was like totally ESG, like green, blah, blah, blah. But, you will have to reduce your rate for like 25 basis points. I, as a fiduciary duty person, that I'll say, no, I want to invest in the right return, not just because that you say that this is an ESG fund, then I have to sacrifice 25 basis points. But as every year that this type of conscious is building up, and then gradually you feel that the tide is about on our way, then if we can time that correctly, we can, have our fiduciary duty fulfilled at the same time, help to improve the whole environment. So that is what we are trying to do, and hopefully more and more people and more sponsors, the private equity sponsors, is aware of that, and then we will not be priced out of the market. We are in the business that we want to lend. The only when we are able to do the lending will we have the return. I don't want to say that, I am like, you have to do this, so for me to lend to you, unfortunately, people will not come to us to borrow money. So there is a right balance on that. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. You brought up something about a lot of these loans have private equity sponsors. So could you talk a little bit about that and how that doesn't turn into having loaned to a private equity, a company that has private equity sponsors that turns into us leveraging that company out of business? That's where I'm a little concerned.
So I want to deal with, so maybe the potential for conflict and where, firstly, of course, we lend to companies that have private equity owners on an arm's length basis.
Okay.
And for us, obviously our job, and I think we have relationships now with 800 sponsors globally, to give you a sense. And the argument, of course, is it's the quality of the credit and the quality of the sponsor before we could determine if that loan is appropriate. And as you might imagine, we look at sponsors as superb borrowers for two reasons. Hopefully, they know how to grow and build a business. And secondly, they have the ability to invest more capital in a company that underperforms but still has long-term opportunity. So we look at it as a better lending business, generally, to sponsors, and we don't see the conflict. Our view is if they put up more capital, we generally help them enormously. If they don't want to put up more capital, we have the capacity to take over the business.
That's helpful. So you haven't run into anything where you've been financing a particular company and then that company ends up going. I mean, you've talked about when companies go out of business. So is this because of a debt load that these companies?
So I want to be really careful. Very few companies that we've lent to have gone out of business.
Okay.
All right, we have absolutely lent to companies where the sponsor, entrepreneur, equity provider has lost all of their equity. But we've never seen a business that actually has been liquidated and closed down.
Okay, so you're talking about the sponsor.
Oh, we have had sponsors that bought companies with us and have not performed beautifully with those companies. And yes, we probably have something in that 2, 3, 4% default rate.
Okay.
And generally, our experience, which I think we could give you now over 20 years, is we have gotten generally 100% of our loan back, 99% of our loan value back in defaulted securities.
Oh, wow, okay.
So that's, to me, the secret of the private credit asset class, and why you want your managers, in my opinion at least, to lend to half a company value, not 100% of a company value.
Right.
And that is the difference between making it through difficult times and, frankly, taking meaningful losses.
So then also the underwriting is really important to get to that like low 1-2% default of some kind.
We're making loans on something 5-7% of the loans we see, of the opportunities we see, to give you a sense. So that funnel is of huge importance.
Okay.
It's why we have literally several hundred folks in our U.S. direct lending business and European direct lending business on the ground, local lenders.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have any more questions from the board? It doesn't look like we do. Gene, thank you very much. Really good presentation. Tony, I really appreciate it. You were really spot on. I really appreciate the talk you gave us here, and you really kind of clarified a lot of stuff for everybody, I think. So thank you very much. And anybody, any questions? Okay.
My pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
Hold on one second.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I do have, no, not for this session. I thought I did, but I don't. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye now.
Okay, so this isn't supposed to. So if we have everybody here, we can start our 2:30 session on shaping our strategy on human capital management. Do we have everybody here for that? Oh, there's James. How about we take about 5 minutes to let everybody get settled if anybody wants to go get some coffee or water.
We can't do 5 minutes.
I think our 5 minutes are up, so if everybody could take their seats, I'd really appreciate it.
I need to get you a glass.
I know, I need for
Glass items.
Okay, so we are on our sustainable, hold on a second. Shaping our strategy on human capital management. And I would like to hand this over to James Andrus, our MID for sustainable investments.
We stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore.
There you go, James.
So I really appreciate the Board of Administration for giving us this opportunity to speak to you on this very important topic, human capital. We know it's important because the two prior panels touched on it. And Jean did so in a very substantial way. But the board has consistently been focused on human capital. We know this because it's in our investment beliefs. When we speak of financial, human, and natural capital, not only there, we speak of it when we talk about how we treat our stakeholders and how we listen to our stakeholders. The board, on an individual basis and collectively, have been, in fact, focused on human capital. This particular panel is here because of a request, noting that we focus on human capital in some cases, the horrible cases, but we need to also focus on how employees are being treated even when a company is successful, because we are, in fact, concerned about that human capital. So today, I'm gathered with an impressive panel. And I know they're impressive because I think I know them personally. So sitting next to me is Professor Colleen Hunningsberg, an associate professor at Stanford Law. She also has a doctorate in accounting from Columbia Business School. She is on the cutting edge of issues where accounting meets disclosures, especially in this type of area. With Shiva Rajgopal, she wrote a paper called Wage Wars. And along with Shiva and other people, they provided a petition to the SEC to get labor into the financial statements. Now, I should not even have to say this, but do you realize that we have an accounting system that does not even account for labor? When you look at the financials, you will not see line items focused on labor. It's an obvious area of improvement, and Colleen is on the cutting edge. Next, we have Sekou Collin. He is head of Northeast Banking for JP Morgan Chase. We needed to get the corporate perspective, and this was incredibly important because how can you have human capital without having someone on the panel who actually manages a substantial number of people? And in this case, Sekou has 1,000 branches, 10,000 employees, with over $360 billion in deposits and investments. Sekou is not new to us because he has participated in a number of events at CalPERS. In his normal duties at JP Morgan, in a prior position, he visited with us and talked with us. And in our most recent in-person diversity conference, he came to us and spoke about his work with advancing Black pathways while working at JP Morgan Chase. Next, we have Mike Croft. Michael is the chairman of Commonwealth Partners. We go back a long ways with Commonwealth, 25 years to be exact. Mike is a founding partner and currently serves as the chairman and a member of CWP's Executive Investment Committee. He's also served as the president and chief executive officer of Commonwealth Partners. In prior lives, he's worked at Tiger International, McGuire Thomas Partners, and McKinsey & Company. Commonwealth manages our office properties. And finally, someone I've known for 39 years, we have Jarvis Hollingsworth. I knew Jarvis when we were both on the football field at Army West Point. Well, granted, he was a player, I was a cheerleader. Jarvis is vice chairman and COO of Radiant Partners, an investment advisor that focuses on investments in renewable energy, private equity and credit, and liquid and private credit. He also is on the board of two publicly traded companies, Core Scientific and Laredo Petroleum. He has a number of positions, including he chairs the Texas Teachers Board. This is the panel that I'm very proud to introduce. Without further ado, we're going to get into a tough questioning session so we can check to see what they actually know. So, Colleen, we know that you teach law at Stanford, and you taught corporate governance. While teaching corporate governance, you'd have a class on human capital. Please give us a very quick overview of what is taught in your human capital class.
Of course. So, first of all, thank you guys so much for having me here today. It's always a pleasure to come to Monterey. It's also really fun to actually see James, because usually we're on the opposite side. Usually he's the speaker and I'm in the audience. So it's kind of fun to flip it around. So in my class, as James mentioned, first I teach a session on human capital management in my broader corporate governance class. So for the first part of that HCM class, it's more me lecturing. And then for the second part, I actually have James come in as my guest speaker. So for the part that I teach, so I find it easier usually when I speak to the students, we break down HCM into two categories. First is the social aspect, and then second is more of the financial aspect. So on the social side, it's, I think a lot of the issues that come up a lot in this area, and you have racial inequities, you have gender equity, you also have a lot about income inequality. And really our sort of big picture idea here is the question of how do we involve employees in governance? And so this comes down to, we discussed some of the strategies, for example, putting employees on boards, what role should the employees really have in that area, to what extent, and what do we see from research about actually giving employees equity in the company, what are their voting patterns. And so we discussed more of these types of issues. And one thing that, really does get a lot of attention from the students is when we discuss some of the income inequality issues. The one thing to notice, I'm at Stanford Law, which is obviously a very liberal school, but we do have a very sizable contingent of outspoken Republican students. There are a lot of ESG issues that when I touch on, such as climate change, where I get a lot of pushback. For things like HCM, and especially for income inequality, none. It's really rare that any student actually pushes back on some of these issues, which is always really interesting to me when I teach it. So for example, we'll look at the trends in CEO pay, whereas you see for the past 55 years, CEO pay has increased about 2,000% inflation adjusted, whereas when you look at for the average employee, it's more about 33% inflation adjusted. And I would say all of the students universally think this is something that we need to address. Which is really interesting because it's not often you get a lot of agreement among all of my students. So for the financial part of the class, it's more along the lines of, look, we're seeing these different types of companies, what we in academia kind of refer to as the human capital focused firm. And it's, the idea that really how do firms create labor now, or create value now? Well, a lot of it is going to be driven by their employees. And so we want to think about how do we account for investment in those employees. So for example, if we look at trends of capital expenditures, like physical property relative to sales, you see over the last 20 to 30 years, it's remained about flat at about 10%. Whereas if you look at actual investments in employees and in labor, well, we can't do that in the US because we don't have the data, but when we look at it with European data, you see that it's roughly doubled over that same period. So you see companies, their labor costs are really increasing, and you see a difference in the cost structure that right now is not actually being presented into the accounting issues. So we discuss about what are the current guidance regarding human capital in the SEC, what is reflected in the financial statements, and kind of what information is really valuable for investors to know.
Thank you so much. And Sekou, you're holding up the corporate end of this panel. As the head of consumer banking at Chase for the Northeast Division, with more than 10,000 employees under your leadership, please share your view of human capital in your operations.
Well, to say human capital management is important is not a profound statement, but it is profoundly important to manage human capital in the backdrop against a pandemic, hot labor market, the great resignation. And so I think it's critical for all organizations to understand how you are leading your teams. And for us, As I think about the Northeast, and it's great to sit next to you because there are three things that I would say become important related to human capital management. Is one is investing in your employees, and that can be a tangible thing where I could share some of the things we have done. You mentioned labor. Obviously, in our branch ecosystem, we did increase the compensation for all of our employees. But that's one component. It is an important component, but it's just one component. It's also understanding what your employees are going through. So I call our employees essential workers. They were working throughout the pandemic in branches as people needed to come in, exposed to COVID constantly. And so if you think about where we are in this evolution of the cycle, then I have to think about what is it that we're doing to highlight for our employees that we value their experience, their contributions. And so as we think about this great resignation, I think what is underlying it, one of the many factors, is the lack of a great recognition. So what are the things you can do to recognize your employees? And so for us, it's how are you investing in their economic and mental well-being. So economic well-being, I talked about briefly, increasing compensation. While that's great, we also increase what we do around tuition reimbursement to encourage employees to continue to pursue degrees, whether undergrad or graduate degrees. We also invest in their financial health, right? So ensuring that you provide courses. And then everyone should have, hopefully, like employee resource groups. Or employee assistance group. I dealt with a family issue challenge recently, and I called our employee resource group, and then I talked to my team about that. Why? Because you could give people permission to let them know that you can take advantage of these services that we offer. That's supporting your mental health and the mental well-being of your employees. So when you have both the financial piece, but the mental health, then overall you can have healthy employees. And then what is the glue for that is culture. We truly invest in culture. So whether it's, again, your internal culture, one that promotes inclusivity, promotes growth, promotes understanding, being proximate with each other, that is one way that you are enabling your employees to not only be employee obsessed by supporting each other, but also customer obsessed, especially when you're operating in these diverse communities. And so we have about 140,000 employees that are members of different business resource groups. It's something we promote heavily, have Culture Council in the Northeast. So it provides these opportunities for us to be proximate in communities through volunteerism and a host of other ways just to engage in our communities. And then finally, I would just say your presence in the word community in general. So we've built some community branches where we intentionally engage with nonprofits, and it enables our employees to also feel the impact of helping support their community. So that would be the main things I would say.
Thank you much. And Mike, as you know well, we have a responsible contractor policy. And Commonwealth operates in alignment with that policy and annually reports on performance. How is this process working for you and your team?
Thanks, James, and thanks very much for having us up here to be with all of you. As you mentioned, we've been managing a large portfolio of office properties for PERS for nearly 25 years. We're in our 25th year. And the RCP process has worked extremely well for us. We have very complex assets, and we need a very skillful labor force to operate on them. They're like running small cities, most of them. And we're 100% in compliance with the RCP program. And that ensures us that every single person on the property is being paid fair wages, receives fair benefits, receives outstanding training, and also safety training, which is critical in these properties. So it's a very important component of what we do. We have a very demanding customer. It's our tenants, who are mostly big financial institutions, big tech companies like Google and Microsoft, large law firms. They're very demanding, and having a steady, well-trained, happy workforce is absolutely critical to what we do. And we try to think of ways to, in addition to having us feel good about it and feel like it's proper, the returns we've been able to earn for the system over these 25 years has averaged about 15%. So we've been able to have a happy, well-compensated labor force and deliver good returns. And our leasing levels, our occupancy is about 94%. And we do a lot of repeat business with all our tenants. And I think our labor, our human capital is really a critical part of that success.
Can I just add one last thing? You talked about the demanding, and I think a lot of people will have demanding clients, and it made me think about recognition. So one of the things we do is have a recognition platform where employees could recognize each other for the great work they do with sometimes demanding clients or in their community or with other employees. And that is just a simple gesture that can be incorporated in any company, but just a framework and to recognize employees and why it matters. Like, I'm sure everyone could raise their hand in here where they felt less than recognized. And what does that mean? You feel less than valued. And then what does that mean? It means you're looking for a new job. So part of retaining your employees is also recognizing them. And that's something that's so simple.
That's a very good point. I think a lot of our people have been on our properties for virtually their entire careers. And I think that is a big measure. That turnover question is a very important point.
So I have a follow-up for you. Under the policy, contractors must meet certain requirements, and you do a great job in meeting those requirements, as you pointed out. But what is your experience working with contractors and their union employees?
I forgot to turn this on. Did everybody hear my other answer? I forgot to turn this on. It's been extraordinarily good. As I said, we have very little turnover on our properties. We like to think of our firm as it's sort of a family model. It's kind of a demanding model. We joked about it last night. Our parents we're all demanding of all of us. And we're demanding, but we're also supportive and try to support all of our employees. And as I mentioned, we have very demanding tenants, and they require excellent performance, and we've been able to deliver that, as I mentioned. Another measure of performance is in our construction jobs, which are numerous. We have an outstanding on time and on budget delivery of office space. In our long-term service contracts, we get extremely high marks from our tenant base. And again, our human capital is what provides that. It's not the machines, it's the people. And so our experience has been absolutely terrific. And I think, from our janitors to our parking lot attendants to security, our elevator engineers, and so forth, it's kind of like family. We've seen the same people year after year after year. We know a lot. They know our names. We know their names. We know some of their families. And so I think that family touch matters. You can deliver spectacular performance by that closeness.
Thank you much. So we're going to get Jarvis in here now. As the chair of Texas Teachers, you have special insight into how a Board of Administration might approach monitoring the management of human capital. What do you think works and what can be improved? And I'm talking about, the entire range from, the external management of portfolio companies, managers, as well as internal management.
Well, thank you, James, for inviting me, and board members, thank you for having me. As James did not mention, this is actually my second time chairing the board at Texas Teachers, and that's relevant because what I'm about to tell you is that we've spent more time on human capital than we have on just about any other aspect, and there is no silver bullet. So there's not one answer I'm going to give you to fix this problem today. You know, much like CalPERS, TRS is a mission-oriented entity that sits in a very generic governmental structure. You're competing for some of the most highly skilled talent that exist. You're sitting in high-tech, progressive cities where you are really competing against some of the top employers. And so, you know, the ability to employ any and every advantage that you may have from a board perspective is really, really important. We've done a few things in Texas. I don't know what the situation is in California, but we at TRS can elect to provide our own classification and compensation system, which we recently did. So for the first 100 years of the system, it was part of the state classification system. So a CIO was not a job title. You had to fit it in some generic state category. And that goes along with every other unique position you have. So we recently elected to take ourselves out of the state classification system and create our own. The pandemic exemplified the problem even more, but it's been a problem for us for many, many years. We're in the process of working on that now. We do expect that to be done. It's going to take 2 or 3 years to implement that throughout our entire system, but that will go into effect in September of this year. So that was our first major approach to really looking at the problem of human capital. We have been fairly creative, I think, from a compensation philosophy. It's something we're always looking at. Back in 2008, our board voted to create a compensation system for our staff where we would pay our staff the top quartile for public pension peers. So it always be, every 2 years we do a compensation study to ensure that we're in the top quartile. We also voted, which took some time and some discussion with our legislature and a lot of our constituents. We also have an incentive compensation program that pays in the bottom quartile of our private sector peers. You know, those systems, again, we've continued to have, you know, probably as much turnover as anyone else, but it's been really helpful for our system in creating the top talent. You know, you guys have Sacramento, Austin helps a lot. And we tend to get, you know, prior experience Wall Street and other executives who are more mission-oriented and are looking to have a little bit more, you know, care a little bit more about what they do every day rather than just, you know, chasing the next dollar, which is not unimportant, but, you know, these are people who create other situations. There's a few things that we do to try to ensure, especially on the incentive compensation side, that we don't, you know, get our members basically taking more risks in order to create more opportunity for themselves on the comp side. So one thing we do is, it's a 3-year process. The first year is only 33% of the incentive compensation pay. The other 67% comes from after 3 years of performance. So we don't want to overemphasize performance so much that we drive our staff to begin taking more risk than they should be taking. So that's a little bit about some of the things we're doing. For us, it's worked really effectively. I said we do have some turnover, but I think compared to most, it's lower than most of our large pension counterparts. So I have to also answer any follow-up questions on that.
Yes, and so we're back to Colleen. You're a leading thinker on accounting issues. and you co-wrote the article Wage Wars with Shivram Rajgopal. And with Shiva, you filed a petition with the SEC to get labor into the financials. Would you please tell us about Wage Wars and the petition?
So the petition is really the idea that we want investors to actually be able to determine how much a company is investing in its workforce. So it actually builds on a lot of the ideas from the Human Capital Management Coalition, which Tamara Sells has been incredibly helpful in developing. So there are two background points with regard to accounting that I want to highlight. First, James already mentioned this one earlier, but the accounting labor costs are not actually broken out. So for about 15% of companies can you identify what a company's total labor costs are. Obviously they're in there, but they're rolled up into things like cost of goods sold, research and development, SG&A, and so you can't determine that line item specifically. And we think this is problematic because as it is, you can't determine whether, let's say cost of goods sold goes up. I can't determine whether that went up because the company had higher than expected utilities or if it went up because the company is paying more for labor. And those have different financial outcomes because what we see, a true expense, like you get no future value from it. Whereas if it's an investment, well, then you actually expect to get some future value. And if you are, providing your employees, say, with more compensation, you're giving them equity grants, you're giving them training, well, presumably you're going to get some sort of return from that. And the way that accounting works now, all of that is expensed and you can't identify the total amount of that figure. So that's the first point about accounting. The second point is that depending on what type of investment a company engages in, they're going to have different accounting treatment. So I won't bore you guys with the accounting details here unless you actually want me to, but I think Senator Mark Warner actually has a really nice quote on this where he says, a company will get more favorable accounting treatment if they invest in robots to replace human jobs than if they actually invest in training for their employees. And that's absolutely right. So this is what we would like to do, is to sort of, as best we can without completely throwing off the accounting framework, try to standardize the treatment for investment and to try to give employees and investors the information they would need to better identify, is a company investing in its employees? So with that in mind, then, the petition has three parts. The first one is in the MD&A discussion to give some information on how much a company is investing in its employees. And then to provide some sort of accountability for that figure and to prevent some sort of boilerplate disclosure. We would like to have a grid that actually breaks down, here are the different types of compensation for different types of employees. And this would allow you to see, we can think that like a training cost or maybe reimbursement of tuition or certain types of equity grants. Those, what we see in the literature, are more likely to actually generate, future benefits. In particular, for example, equity, not clear on the incentive effects, but is clear that it benefits in terms that giving your employees equity improves retention. So that type of thing we would want to be able to actually disclose and give that information to investors. So that's the benefit of that grid. And then the third part of that disclosure would be, or our petition, is to just break out the income statement. So rather than just having one line for cost of goods sold, we would suggest we do what like European accounting standards do and just break out how much is labor in that, how much is labor in R&D, how much is labor in SG&A. The only company that I'm aware that has done this was like back in 2003 with Microsoft, and they only broke down option expense because this was back when we had, the bad days of stock option expenses. And even just that one figure, the option expense, had they added that in, you could see their R&D costs went up by 42%. And that's just the option expense. So I think actually breaking that out would really allow us to better understand the job function of employees and how much the company is relying on them. So those are the three parts of our petition. This is co-authored really by me and Shiva based on a paper that we had written. We have, when we submitted it to the SEC, we kept our signatories academic, and so we're all professors. But I think we have a lot of connections to the SEC. Two of us are former commissioners. We also have former SEC general counsel and Division of Corporation Finance. And then I'm currently on the SEC's Investor Advisory Committee with James. So, fingers crossed we get some traction.
Thank you so much, Colleen. And you mentioned something incredibly important, and I'd be totally remiss if I didn't say more. And that is the mention of Tamara Sells. Tamara Sells actually leads what we do in terms of human capital. And when I say leads, She is the leading thought provider. She serves as co-chair of the Human Capital Management Coalition, which is the leading group focused on human capital. And I can say this because they worked on a petition that changed the way the SEC chooses to disclose human capital related issues. They participated with the academics in terms of getting to the petition. And they provide the greatest convening authority on human capital management issues. And that includes meetings with the IESB, FASB, the SEC, and the like. So it's important. It's incredibly important to point out that we sit as a leading thought leader within the country on human capital management issues. Next up, Sekou. Prior to your role, you led J.P. Morgan's Advancing Black Pathways. Please tell us about Advancing Black Pathways and its value to J.P. Morgan Chase.
Your mic.
Mic is on. So I left our investment bank in 2018 to create this effort to focus on strengthening the economic foundation of the Black community. And it was the first global, data-driven, strategic framework with measurable outcomes to try to move the needle. And so what we did was invested across 3 pathways: education, careers, and wealth creation. And when I say measurable, things we did around education and careers, we committed to hiring 4,000 Black students in 5 years, and we hit our goal ahead of schedule. And we also provided financial help and content, deepened our connectivity with historically Black colleges and universities. And one of the things we did was even implement financial health as part of freshman orientation at Howard University. But the beauty of this, by creating new programs, we created the ABP Fellows Program. We developed financial health module, but we leveraged that module across the country. So every J.P. Morgan intern that year in the U.S. went through the financial module. Then we also looked at getting access to capital for Black businesses, curated different programs, and also provided content and advisory services. Now, the goal for Advancing Black Pathways was, again, clear focus on strengthening the economic foundation, but also creating a framework and playbook that could be used for any emerging or underserved community. And so that was our approach. And what we have done has really unlocked opportunities across Latino, Hispanic, and other communities. It's based on the fundamental belief that making the economy work for more people is not just a business imperative. Obviously it is, but I believe it's a moral obligation. And so when you create stronger, more vibrant communities, you're creating more customers. You're creating more small businesses, and those small businesses are also increasing the tax base. So we understood the impact that we could have by, as the largest bank in the country, really focusing on leveraging, our position and connectivity to communities and millions of customers and households to truly make an impact. And for me, one of the most humbling things coming from that role, the firm committed $30 billion to continue that work of closing the racial wealth gap for Black and Latino and Hispanic communities along the lines of the things I talked about with wealth creation, so home ownership, affordable housing, financial health, supporting small businesses who are the economic engine of many communities in the country more broadly. And so really spending more even with our own supplier diversity, setting really robust goals to ensure that we're leveraging our own opportunity to really support these diverse businesses. And so it was really exciting. The work continues. We're about $18 billion through our $30 billion commitment. Was a 5-year commitment, so the work continues. Really proud of our phenomenal teams and people who are truly remain focused. And I could see back to why it matters. Again, from a business standpoint, that was the impact. It wasn't, while philanthropy is important, and we're doing a lot around philanthropy too. Martin Luther King has a great quote where I'll paraphrase, but basically he says philanthropy is important, but let's not forget the reason that makes philanthropy necessary. And so by focusing on how you can leverage balance sheet, opportunity, processes, and then integrate it in the business. So it's not this one-off thing. If it is riding the rails of your business, it's sustainable. And if it's sustainable, that means that impact is also sustainable. And so really proud to see the great work being done.
Thank you so much. And
James,
Mike,
can I ask a question real quick?
of course.
Thank you. So, Seichao, thank you very much. I'm a little interested. I think I got a little confused, so that's why I want to ask a question. Your, let me make sure I got it. Advancement for Black Pathways, is that?
Advancing Black Pathways.
Advancing Black Pathways. Was that internal for
In
JP Morgan?
JP Morgan, absolutely.
Okay.
So.
And you committed $30 million to that.
As a result of that work, Jamie and our operating committee committed $30 billion.
$30 billion.
$30 billion with the B, to really close the racial wealth gap by supporting a Black, Latino, Hispanic community across those areas I talked about, home ownership, but doing it in an inclusive way. So if you think about home ownership, I could go through rates right now. I could tell you the Black home ownership rate is actually the same as it was when housing discrimination was legal.
Right.
And so what we did there is looking at census tracts and looking at communities, LMI, et cetera, and offering a $5,000 home ownership grant available to anyone that lived in that community. They would do housing. So we've deployed, obviously, a lot of capital with that, but providing down payment assistance. So there's simple things if you're intentional, if you dissect the problem, back to data-driven strategic framework, if you understand what were some of the root causes and what are the needles that you can move as a bank. Like I would have loved to tackle, let's say, healthcare. We're not a healthcare company, right? So I wanted to make sure we focused our resources on things that could be repeatable and sustainable. As a large home lender, as a large financer of affordable housing, these were things that could be sustainable and we could measure the impact.
So do you guys plan on deploying that outwards?
Oh, so the $30 billion is outward.
It is outwards.
Focus. A lot of we Advanced Black Pathways, and the reason, the name, we focused on veterans, and we focused on, we have our women's initiative, and so we just wanted to be intentional, and same thing, and like I said, we made it clear, and as I hired the team, the beauty of it was I had a diverse team. I did not only want African Americans or Blacks working on Advancing Black Pathway. We had white, Asian, LGBTQ, everyone. I just wanted the best talent.
Right.
The same way we talk about the best talent in any of our businesses is the same way we approach having the best talent to solve a challenging problem. And so then people see that and embrace it. And back to proximity and talking about culture, right now, every week I send a note to all of our employees around culture, whether it's cultural celebration, just being proximate with each other. When you're proximate with each other, then it's easier to understand, or really have the conversations that will make a tremendous difference. And so we got a lot of buy-in, and that was from allyship. Allyship is critically important. But when you create a situation where it's easy to be an ally, then you're able to move along together and move forward. But yes, it's $30 billion, $18 billion already deployed around, again, affordable housing, home lending, financial health, opening low-cost checking accounts, for instance. But there are a lot of people unbanked. I could give you those stats.
Right.
So focusing on ways where you could bring people into the banking ecosystem. How can you impact the financial lives of more people and giving them that pathway to really do more with their money?
Thank you very much. I wanted to just clarify and get all the information correct. I just think you should be in our panel tomorrow too, James. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mike, you've spoken about some of the things that you do, but when you look at CalPERS, is there anything we can do to improve the human capital experience on our projects?
Yeah, I wish I had a more interesting answer on this one. I did spend a bit of time with our team that's most closely focused on this program, and really tried to give them some time to tease out what could we all do better on this. But this is a program that, from our perspective, seems to be working extremely well for everybody. There's almost nothing, I think, that could improve it with one, and we did come up with one idea. As the equipment in our buildings gets increasingly complex, managing the heating and air conditioning systems, the electrical, and so forth, all that back of the house stuff that makes a building operate, they're getting increasingly complex and technologically based and computerized. And the software is changing all the time. So I think on the training component, that's becoming increasingly important. And I mean, this is true of all of us. As you sort of alluded, I've had a number of careers and have had to be constantly learning, and I think all of us do. And I think that our human capital teams could benefit. It's good for us, it's good for them to be more resilient. It's not just learning a thing, it's learning to learn and constantly evolve. And I think that's good for the resilience of our properties and their performance and the bottom line. And I think it's good for human capital. I think that's what it sort of makes us, soar. And I think everybody feels good about that. And to not have that, to me, is kind of sad. So anyway, that was what we came up with as a critically important thing.
Thank you very much. And Jarvis, you're also chair of the Milken Institute DEI in Asset Management Executive Council. What does the council do, and what can you share with pension fund trustees about approaches to working with emerging and diverse asset managers?
Yes, thanks, James. So a few years back, the Milken Institute created what they call the Institute for Inclusive Capitalism. And as we're all aware of the statistics that have been published, that a little more than 1% of the $80 trillion in U.S. assets are managed by diverse-owned firms. And so, the Milken Institute is a public policy think tank, and essentially, the problem with respect to the lack of diversity in asset management and the lack of investment in diverse-owned funds drove the Institute to create this council, which I was asked to chair, where we'll be completing a couple of action items that will be distributed to the investment management industry. The first will be a document that will basically make the case for inclusive capitalism. So it's going to be a compilation of all the surveys and documents we've seen from the Knight Foundation to the McKinsey, Fundfire, Kresge, identifying the problem. The second document that the council is going to create will be 7 strategies for specific action. And this will be a document that will have 7 specific action items that the industry, be it from allocators to funds, to do to not only create the opportunity for more diversity in investment management, but to also create a system that is sustainable. And I think the sustainability of this has been, one of the big problems, at least in my opinion. We've had peaks and valleys. We have incidents that occur, and all of a sudden money flows into the industry, and diverse funds may benefit from that. The question is how sustainable that is. So those are really the 2 end products that we hope to produce. I guess for the benefit of this group, the reason I was probably asked to chair this is because we began our emerging manager program at Texas Teachers back in 2004 when I chaired the board the first time. We've now invested almost $6 billion in the system. More than half of those assets have been invested with diverse-owned managers. It's a program that we're very, very proud of. We're on what we call EM 3.0 at this point. We've learned a lot. We made some mistakes over those years. But we have a system now where we can meet managers where they are. So we've created an early program to where even before you raise your first fund, we can joint venture, we can, we can be a partner with you, we can seed deals that you're doing before you even raise your first fund to help you build the track record. Then we have what's called the Emerging Manager Innovation. One of the things we learned from our program before was we had emerging managers, and then we had difficulty getting them to graduate, because that's a difficult, ledge to jump between being an emerging manager and all of a sudden, to be a fund where you can take a $200 million allocation, which is what we, of course, funds our size would prefer to do. So we created what was essentially a transition program where those managers who had been an emerging manager for a number of funds with our investments but weren't quite ready for our premier list. So in that program, we make investments between $50 and $100 million to allow them to grow, continue to develop, and then become managers in our premier list. And finally, our graduation, where our managers have progressed, they've developed, they had a strategy that was scalable. I mean, we have this program because we want to help start diverse managers, but you need to be able to be something that we see the ability to scale, where we can invest in you at the $150, $200 million level down the road. We now have an advisory board. That advisory board is made up of the portfolio managers so that they can evaluate these funds and see the ability, because they would like to have these managers in their larger funds, 7, 8, 9, 10 years down the road. So that's our program at Texas Teachers. We're really proud of it. It's worked famously well for us. Performance has been good. Obviously, on the private side, it's been a little tough during the pandemic. The public markets have done really well for us. But across the board, it is a well-performing program for us.
The one thing I'll just add really quickly to put more context, less around the managers, but these diverse businesses. So as you probably know the stats, black women get 0.2% of equity capital, blacks in general, 1%. But then if you look at business growth, so there are 4.65 million Hispanic and Latino businesses in the country. Black women are the fastest growing segment, but get the least amount of capital flowing in. And so why this matters, and I looked at black businesses years ago, is that if you created parity even with ownership rates of black businesses, it would result in 9 million more jobs and $300 billion in worker income. And so that is the impact that for me is the significant. Same thing with when you create the opportunities for more managers. It's about job creation. It's about wealth creation. And then when you're intentional, these are some of the things that are, again, the outcomes that you can achieve.
Thank you very much. So, Mike, since we're talking about sustainability, it's my understanding that Commonwealth has a substantial approach to sustainability. Would you please describe your approach and discuss how this approach enhances lives and addresses human capital-related issues?
Sure. We actually spent a fair bit of time on this, and it started humbly enough and sort of simply enough when we would acquire properties back in the 90s. We always had, as part of our acquisition strategy, fine-tuning energy usage, water consumption, all those sorts of things. That was, thank you, thanks. Before some of the more formal organizations that developed more recently. And we found that it was a very successful program, and it had immediate benefits for our tenants, of course, and for our bottom line, I suppose, for the CalPERS beneficiaries. But in a broader context, it also had benefits to the planet and that whole series of issues. And since then, we've gotten a lot more sophisticated. And years ago, we started when building health was becoming an issue. That is, indoor air quality and water quality. It was determined that the water people were drinking in buildings was not very healthy, and the air quality was poor. So we started tinkering with our filtering systems, and this is a lot of mechanics, but this is what we did. We changed the mix of indoor, outdoor air flows and those sorts of things, and reducing toxins in the in the furniture, in the carpeting, wall coverings, and all that sort of thing. It's all sort of mundane stuff, but it was sort of proto sustainability efforts. And more recently, starting in 2011, we really went hard after LEED certification, the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design designation. In 2011, 16% of our properties were LEED certified. As of last year, 100% were LEED certified, 65% platinum, 35% gold. And absolutely everybody benefits from that. Achieving those outcomes, in order to achieve them, it was necessary to have an excellent pool of contractors, both long-term service providers to help us tweak the systems, and construction contractors to actually build a lot of this stuff. And so I think the system has benefited from this in terms of improved returns. The people occupying our buildings benefit. Our labor pool benefits, and they enjoy those same, the long-term service providers are in a much healthier environment than they were before. We started implementing fitness programs in our properties back in the 80s, which was a very hard sell. Nobody was very interested, but we've continued with that. And that's been a benefit to, and all of those programs are available to our contractors as well. We've reduced CO2 emissions over 50% in the last 7 years. 76% of our portfolio's electricity came from low carbon sources, and half of that was renewable. And we're always tinkering with funny little aspects of our properties. One of our sharp young people last year brought me a little container of honey. And I said, what's this? I didn't even know about it. And well, at 10 of our, 2/3 of our properties have beehives. Okay, sort of odd, but it's kind of an interesting idea. And it's just a very small environmental thing, but we hand out the honey to our tenants, and it makes everybody, even in an urban environment, we're sort of coexisting with natural entities. So anyway, I think all of this is sort of beneficial to a broad range of human capital pools. And let's see if I know one of the things that you, James, have mentioned in the past, and of course we're interested in on behalf of the PERS beneficiaries, is the cost-benefit analysis. And not all of these experiments yield a lot of return. The beehives, for example, who knows what that'll ever pay off. But it's the bag of all of these kinds of programs yield great benefits. And what we found is our tenants, the folks who actually pay the rent at the end of the day, like being in these buildings. They feel good about it. Their employees feel good about it. They're more productive. And often we say we're in the business of providing excellent environments for our people to work in, our tenants to work in, and our own people. And I think it's really paid off, and you can see it in the rates of return we've achieved in our lease renewal rates. And there are all sorts of benchmarks that we use to see how we're doing, and they're generally extremely good. And as I'm sure you're aware, the office sector has been challenged in the COVID and post-COVID environment, and still our numbers remain very strong. So we're proud of that record.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions?
There it comes. See.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all the panelists. I appreciate the I guess, the all-encompassing perspectives around human capital management. Because I think as we have looked at it, it has been with respect to the companies where we've placed our assets, and less about kind of looking internally within our own fund. And I want to just ask this question because there seems to be another dimension to this, and that is, and maybe this goes to you, Jarvis, and that is with respect to Texas teachers, do you look at human capital management also from the perspective of your members? So in other words, the income producing potential of your members. Because it seems to me that there's another kind of slice of how to look at HCM from that perspective as well.
So we started our emerging manager program, for example, back in 2004. And the program was not an investment proposal. It came from the board. And it was because at the time, we were not a professional staff managed pension fund. The board made the investment decisions. So above a certain level, which was a fairly small small amount, the board would, staff would do the work and interview a number of candidates. They narrow it down to 3, and they bring those 3 finalists to the board to interview. And the program evolved out of an acknowledgement that, we are an extremely diverse constituency in Texas, our members. But we saw very, very few managers come before the board that reflected the makeup of our constituents. And so that's what drove us to start the program from the beginning. It's now become a successful strategic part of our investment process. Our emerging manager program is a part of our strategic asset allocation. So when the board looks at where we are, how the economy is doing, what kind of assets we ought to have, and where we assign percentages to different asset classes, our emerging manager program has an allocation within the strategic asset allocation. So as the fund grows, our allocation to emerging managers, i.e. diverse managers as a sub-piece of that grows, and we continue to grow the system in a way that continues to fund, support, and help build more and more diverse managers moving forward.
Okay. I understand that. That's I think that's a great way to look at, and not too dissimilar with respect to how the funds here in California have looked at the Emerging and Diverse Managers Program. And I think I was really kind of driving to, as we are looking at expectations for how human capital is managed with companies in which we invest, just kind of looking at that from the perspective of, our members, is the outcome of our members kind of similarly benefiting in the long run? And I don't know how to capture that, but it seems to me that's another slice of HCM that could be looked at. But I understand this is all additive in terms of how to get to that point.
I guess as respect to our members, I guess, and maybe I misunderstood your question, but if we have successful investment products, then hopefully those inure to the benefit of our members. It lessens the contribution rate required by legislature.
No, I get that.
Yeah. So as part of the overall sort of equation, the more diverse and small emerging managers we have, the better they perform, the stronger our actuarial system is that provides benefits. It also allows the legislature to be positioned to provide cost of living adjustments.
Right, exactly.
So there is a positive, many of the other broader benefits to that program, in addition to just funding and putting more diverse and emerging managers in place. It also, again, inures to the bottom line for our members.
Yes, no, exactly.
Most importantly.
The only thing I'll add there, and CalPERS obviously is industry leader on many things, but as you're thinking about the companies you invest in, understanding their focus on human capital management as a individual that hires thousands and thousands of people, and as a firm that hires thousands of people, I can tell you with great certainty that this younger generation, Gen Z, does not want to work for a company that does not have clear priorities on ESG, et cetera. And so it's fascinating to see this younger generation. And as a college professor, I'm sure she sees it. So over time, you will lose the talent competition if that company does not have a focus on human capital management, but also understanding of what they're doing as an entity, organization, across some of these important topics. And it is real, and I'll let you attest to it, but I can say I see it very visibly with a lot of these younger employees.
I definitely see it.
Yeah. So James, you started this whole session talking about, obviously this panel, we've had a lot of interest in human capital management. It was requested just to bring all these thoughts together. But there are indeed big companies that aren't exactly the poster child of human capital management practices. So, my colleagues in New York City Comptroller, New York State Comptroller have been leading the campaign against Amazon. And I guess at what point, there's just like a lot going on in this field. I'm trying to figure out and sort through, and I think I'm going to ask the professor this because a lot of this is not having probably enough data to really kind of know what steps to take. But so we can certainly look at it from the perspective of rallying a campaign during proxy season, but is there enough information to really determine what steps investors should take because of lack of consistent reporting about human capital management metrics? And thank you for your leadership on that and pressing the SEC on that. And then some companies conflating what they're doing on the E to cover the S, and it's like a mess, right? And so, how do we kind of sort through this as an investor?
Well, I looked at 4 different issuers and just looked to see what HCM metrics they disclose. Across those 4 different issuers, just 4, there were 70 different metrics. Only 1 was disclosed in common across the 4. So, that information is typically not audited. And even the one that was disclosed across the 4 is not going to be calculated comparably across the 4.
Right.
So I don't think the information that's out there right now, at least in the US, is good enough to really allow you necessarily to identify the best companies. I think that's European, a lot of the data that we see in the US in our studies is actually from Europe because their accounting does provide more disclosure in this area, and that information then is comparable, it is audited, it's actually usable for our purposes. So I think a lot of what we try to draw on in the petition is a lot of the studies that are actually looking at European data as to what is really important and what is valuable. So I think there is definitely evidence that it's valuable. I think it's really hard with the disclosure framework that we have right now in the US to get what you need to really identify and quantify the information. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that culture is material. I have no idea how to quantify it. Whereas if you get accounting data, well, that, fundamental analysis we can actually use and we can quantify. I think, though, when you mentioned Amazon, it's just one thing that came up in my mind. Right. So first, one thing we always say in academia is anecdotes are not data. There are definitely going to be companies that are going to be really profitable and do well, even if they don't have great HCM. And that doesn't mean that every company with bad HCM is sort of a bad company. And there are always going to be exceptions to the rule, but that strategy can still be successful overall and still be meaningful overall. The other thing I would note with Amazon is I wish I had the numbers right in my mind, but it wasn't long ago, they opened one of their factories, they churned through all their local employees, and then, they run out of employees because just like any other asset, you can't just pick up that factory and relocate it. Instead, you need the local employees, and so they actually had to take a big personnel charge because they ran through a bunch of the local employees, and then it's hard to relocate a factory. So it has mattered for them, and it has shown up in their accounting, even despite, being a successful company.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Dr. Hollingsworth, it did show up in a news report where it has basically said that Amazon has an unsustainable business practice of just what they called churning through their employees. So,
thank you.
To that point, Teresa, are we kind of stuck in this position then of having to wait for the disclosure of data before we deal with high rates of injury and turnover and kind of these business practices that, to me at least, don't seem sustainable. I mean, I come from the Bay Area, and I mean, Amazon's building these last mile distribution centers that are just really, I mean, not only wrecking neighborhoods, but I mean, they're recruiting and paying them not sustainable wages. And so, I mean, how long does that last for a company?
So I think you guys are actually in a position too, you can ask at least. And
well, my colleagues in New York tried to engage them for 2 years, and they don't come to the table. Yeah, so.
But at least for other companies, I think, this is, first of all, this is, why we filed the petition, because we haven't seen movement from the accounting standard setters. And we've been trying for a long time. And, this is, and you guys have been trying for a long time through Human Capital Management Coalition. Honestly, I think it does have to come from the SEC. I don't think FAF or FASB will move without that. And I don't think we're going to get comparable data without that, because there are some companies that at least you can ask and they're going to be really helpful and responsive, and then there are others that you can't do it. And I can't think of a great solution without. Hopefully you can file a comment letter supporting our petition.
No. We've been doing that. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
So, Jose?
Colleen, I just want to ask a question, just to follow up with respect to that. So what's the pushback with respect to FASB not wanting to do this? I mean, and going through this whole process. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, it just seems, to me, it just seems common sense. I mean, this is something you put on there. The Europeans have done it. Why haven't we done it? They done it.
I think, and James can jump in here too, but I think so FASB is very, they take great pains to not appear to be political. And they also take great pains to sort of isolate themselves. And I think one issue here too is that they have, really tried so hard to not appear political and to not move on ESG issues that it almost violates common sense. And I think so in general, that's their structure. But the other issue here too is they don't want to touch accounting for intangibles. And actually, I understand that. Once they get into accounting for intangibles, this is a 20 to 30-year project. Right. And you saw, with revenue rec, that was almost 20 years, and that was just revenue rec. Right. And my understanding is that they don't want to do anything in intangibles at this moment. And so even though the proposal that we have would be just treating accounting for labor like basically akin to R&D, it's not actually capitalizing it. Right. But I think they just don't want to do any movement on intangibles, and that's been a hard line. And if you look through what investors have been asking them year after year, they always want a movement on intangibles, and FASB and FAF just haven't been responding in that area.
And in this case, if they were to disclose it, would be an expense. It would be classified as an expense on the expense account.
Totally.
And it wouldn't be anything else than that. Okay, thank you.
So it would be just like R&D.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, Frank. My bad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the panel for this wonderful exchange. Thanks, James and everyone, and especially for sharing with us some of the actions that you have taken in your particular industry. And every action is admirable, especially from JP Morgan, the $30 billion. That's a big chunk of change that I'm sure it's helping a lot of folks. So the question, and I'm going to ask you from JP Morgan, is particularly since you represent the corporate view, how do we increase, the awareness? How do we get corporate America to take more action, such as the one that you described, that your company has taken, with respect to corporate obligations on inclusivity and on human capital, and of course, on income inequality, which they all, I think, are interrelated. Short of a mandate of some sort, which I'm not sure if you can have a mandate, but how do we get corporate America to wake up and realize what we all in this room agree?
Yeah, so it's a wonderful question, and I think corporations are at varied stages of awareness. But I think when you leverage some of the existing frameworks, Business Roundtable, for instance, which represents the CEOs of the greatest number of the largest employers in the country, tapping into some of these, forums where you have those key decision makers. Then, as a large investor, that the accountability and engagement, whether it's with, as you talk with investor relations and you begin to ask questions about what they're doing around this as a large investor, you are keenly interested in seeing how they walk the talk. And so I think it will be an ongoing. I think every industry obviously has its uniqueness. And what I encourage for industries to do is understand what's in your swim lane that could be repeatable and scalable. Because if a firm tries to do something that's not in their swim lane, then it only becomes a hobby, and then you get into an economic downturn, and hobby exists no more. And so the things that are sustainable and leveraging different industry groups, and then leveraging your own engagements with other large public pensions, where you're aligned as some of the largest institutional investors, and CalPERS sets the tone for my pension days on many things. It's what is CalPERS doing is the typical question that other pensions ask. And so I think leveraging your positioning, working with other funds, and when you engage in these discussions with the corporations, whether it's CEOs, investor relations, et cetera, really promote that as part of the ongoing dialogue. Nothing's going to change overnight, but I do believe that we're at a stage where the awareness and the expectations, shareholders are demanding it, employees, potential employees want it. And so I think it will be incumbent upon corporations to really have a clear strategy on where they stand on human capital, where they stand on ESG. And then I think there's intensified accountability. I think in the past, you would have some national tragedy and there was a playbook corporations could use. They could make a donation to one of the civil rights organizations and then just keep it moving. I think that era is a bygone era. People will have to really demonstrate how they are impacting, how they're managing their own teams, but what they're also doing for the communities they serve. So I think we're at a moment where more corporations or people are conducive to hearing the message and then really acting on it. So I would say, again, leverage some of these industry frameworks, talking with people about the Business Roundtable, your pension organizations as well, and then promote the steady drumbeat as you're engaging with some of these companies from an investment standpoint.
Thank you. Can I just quickly follow up for the professor, which I'm sure you'll have the answers. Is it time to do more from a legislative or from a governance point of view that wait for the goodness of Amazon to change their mind?
I mean, if I could snap my fingers, I would say yes. I think a lot, when we discuss this in class, I think the general perception among the students is really, we're seeing all of this push, for corporations simply because the legislature is not moving in a way that we would want them to. So I think, yes, that would be ideal. Realistically, I'm just not sure. I think, I would say, I guess, speaking for myself, if we had the type of environmental regulations and the type of labor relations that I think I would want, then I would say have at it Milton Friedman. And it's just that now we don't have the set boundaries that I think we would need, and I think actually most of Gen Z would actually probably agree with that too, and so then you need corporations to take more of that role. So I mean, ideally, yes, I would love to see that. I guess I'm just not that optimistic about it, and so I can see why people think it's easier to pressure corporations and hope that Amazon does the right thing rather than hope the legislature does. But there's, I guess, no reason to why we can't try both. But yeah, it's not a great answer. They're not as encouraging as I would hope.
So there's always the unionized workforce. Just saying.
Great.
Ms. Middleton, go ahead.
Question. I want to start by thanking Mr. Kalin for the work that J.P. Morgan Chase has done recently, but In light of recent Supreme Court decisions, the healthcare rights of women vary tremendously from one state to another. This is only the beginning of a trend in which, for both women, members of other minority groups, particularly including the LGBTQ community, their rights are going to be dependent on what state they're working in. What should corporate America be doing in order to ensure that workforces in states that refuse to grant equality to all of their employees have the opportunity to live full lives?
It's a powerful question. We'll answer in a narrow way in terms of what companies can do. So JP Morgan is one of JP Morgan Chase is one of the companies that will support by providing reimbursement for travel services. And so I think what companies can do is understand, what levers they can pull within their organization. And then I think it's up to, continues to be up to voters, corporations leaning in to truly, stand where they can on these particular issues. And I think this is one way where I'm, proud that the firm decided to, again, support folks and that their right to choose. And so that's one thing I think we can see what, statements, there's a difference in terms of what statements people make and what they actually do. That's only a small thing that a firm could do. I think it's a much more nuanced and complex discussion that I think we could have for hours. But I do think the importance, and Colleen alluded to it, of corporations, really stepping up with that with the leadership mantle. It's a great question to ask, because I think corporations can drive a lot of impact amongst some of these thorny and challenging issues.
That it? All right, I want to thank everybody in this wonderful panel. There is so many things that I have questions on in my head, but I know we're running out of time. I want to thank Jarvis Harlingsworth, Chair of Teachers Retirement System. Professor, huh?
There's public comment.
I know.
Oh, yes.
I'm aware. Still have public comment, but I wanted to thank our panel ahead of time. Thank you very much. So, is it on? Hello? Okay, good. So we do have public comment. I'm going to start with the folks in the room. Then I think I have two on the phone. So I'm going to start with Leslie White. And where's our microphone? Here. I'm going to hand it to you. Oh, there it is. They set it up over there. Very nice. You have 3 minutes. And as soon as you start talking, they'll start the timer.
Thank you. My name is Leslie White. I'm with the AFL-CIO Housing Investment Trust, and I've got my colleague here, Amari McClellan, that's joined me today. I'm here to provide brief comments to the CalPERS board. I really thank you very much for giving me this opportunity regarding responsible labor policies that we've prudently integrated into our institutional investment strategy. My hope is that we can continue dialogue between our team and your investment staff, the board, as well as the investment consultants. We're a $6.5 billion investment grade fixed income mutual fund registered with the SEC under the Investment Company Act of 1940. We originally opened our doors in 1965. We have 365 institutional investors, primarily Taft-Hartley and public employee pension funds such as New York City Retirement Systems, Contra Costa, Mass Prem. And some of these institutional investors have very responsible contractor policies. We are a socially responsible investment vehicle that offers alternative high credit quality fixed income exposure to help meet ESG interests, especially social, goals towards affordable housing and labor worker policies that traditional fixed income products can't deliver. We have a 100% union labor requirement for all directly sourced construction-related investments. Trained workers, fair pay, excellent safety standards, and benefits. These projects are delivered on budget and on time. Historically, we financed 570 projects nationwide, created about 125 housing units with 67% with affordable and workforce housing components with no defaults. We have a successful ESG record creating family-supporting union jobs, affordable housing, and economic impacts that benefit communities that may be underserved communities all over the country. And we're able to capture that data through economists that we have on staff. We're also a UNPRI signatory. Top 10 manager as far as ESG mandates in the country, very diverse leadership. We're also outperforming the ag, very good long-term investors. So we're very proud of the fact that we currently have, and I think I passed it out, 45 construction projects all over the country. These projects add significant yield spreads to our portfolio while generating millions of work hours for union workers. And I think you have those handouts there that I tried to copy for you. So while we are a national fund, we have a strong investment commitment of investing in affordable housing and workforce housing in California, which is in huge demand, as you know, in California. Serious issue here and all over the country. And that's our focus. That's our specialization. So we've invested in 30 projects in California, as you can see, 11 cities across California. I've shared with you that graphic, all with 100% union labor. We have a policy, there's no wiggle room, 100% union labor on all of our projects that involve construction. So we work very closely, you know, with the AFL-CIO and the state and local building trade. So I thank you for your time. Tomorrow I'm attending an event in San Francisco, which is also another affordable housing project that I hope you guys will continue to focus in on the work that we do.
Thank you very much,
Thank you for your
Leslie.
time.
So next up is, it looks like Javon Houston, SEIU USWW.
Hello, hello. My name is Javon Houston. I'm a member at SEIU USWW. I am also an employee at LAX Airport as a passenger service agent. Thousands of airport workers provide critical duties, but many of us are underpaid and understaffed. So many of us are overworked and struggle to survive. Some of us are lucky enough to earn livable wages because of responsible contractors, but many more earn poverty wages from irresponsible contractors. Airport workers live, like myself, in Black and brown communities. Many of us economically struggle to survive. On top of that, airlines received billions of dollars in grants and loans during the pandemic. It was supposed to help us stay afloat. But as you know, if you flew LAX, you know that money wasn't done right. We asked the investors to urge the airlines, one, to commit to a system-wide using only responsible contractors, and also, two, subordinate and to improve wages and benefits and standards for the contractors' workers at all U.S. airports. And lastly, three, respect the nationwide and national labor laws and agreements to ensure a neutral approach in efforts by workers, that they can unionize freely at the airlines and the contractors. We hope you as investors will join our call for the airlines to step up and commit to making airport jobs good jobs, regardless of race, place, or area. I ask lastly, last year taught us failure to do so means increasing the risk to investors and workers and travel public alike. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Javon. Our next speaker is Michael Ring, SEIU.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a long time, since pre-pandemic times for many of you. Good to see you again. So we, as SEIU, we really appreciate CalPERS' leadership in this area. You've been a leader since you adopted the investment belief that included human capital management, and your leadership is critical to changing the behavior in the finance industry. I want to thank the staff in particular for putting this panel together and this board for ensuring that there was such a panel. This issue is not talked about enough. There is no value creation without workers. And people like to talk about accounting, but they don't account for workers, as the professor laid out. How are you creating value without people doing the work? And all of us are workers. We go to work every day, and we know it matters if we have a good boss or a crappy boss, if we have rights on the job or we don't. No matter where you sit in the food chain, if you have a crappy supervisor and they treat you badly, you want to leave that job. And that's true for every company you invest in and every asset class you invest in. So I think it's critical that you continue to do this work. You have some really talented people who are leaders in this area. I'll name Samiso and Tamara and James among them. Human capital value, keep them. They do great work. They are leading changes in finance in this area. And you need to do that, because to sustain returns in perpetuity, which is the mission of your organization, you cannot have people being mistreated across the economy globally. That's not a sustainable way to get to the end game of this fund. And I appreciate the fund's leadership in trying to avoid that situation by managing risk and identifying opportunity that values people. Amazon churning through workers, yeah, they're making a lot of money right now. That is not a sustainable investment strategy. We all know it. They even know it. They're in public having a leak on it. I just want to mention two things in particular. I would really encourage this fund to continue to be a leader on S. Whatever it takes, keep experimenting. It's a massive play to your risk management strategy. It's systemic risk. Keep doing it. There's no easy answers. You found that out today. Sorry for having to turn my notes over. Second, you need accurate data. I couldn't agree more. You cannot get accurate data without talking to workers. Workforce issues, workers must have a voice in workforce issues. It's pretty logical. It's really hard to hear from workers safely when companies don't respect labor rights, because workers are terrified. You must find ways to have the regulators, but also you as investors, spaces where workers can testify, whether it's by having union representation, obviously I have a self-interest there, or whether it's because they have a third-party auditor in some of the ways we've heard about racial equity audits. What about some audits on workplaces that would allow companies to see if it's verified when they report? Because bosses generally do not report their bad behavior. All of you have had bad bosses. Did they go tell everybody what the bad things they were doing? They usually didn't. And the workers can often be scared. And then you're getting inaccurate data. You're making investment choices based on inaccurate data. So you need accurate data. You need workers to have a safe voice to do that. I would also say, in reference to the challenges raised by the panel around politics, look, yes, we need politicians to make changes to protect workers, but corporations can't have it both ways. They can't be given so much money to politicians who are passing anti-worker legislation and then say the legislators have to fix the problem for workers. I mean, you can't kind of have it both ways. So I just think it's very difficult for a pension fund to weigh in on politics. I'm not asking you to do that, but I am asking you to pay attention that as you're trying to manage risk, that's a serious concern for the organization going forward. And I appreciate all the great work you do to ensure that our members receive their retirement benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Good to see you. I want to tell everybody we got about a 15-minute break. We're running a little bit behind, but there are also cookies and things in the back for everybody. So I've got 5 to 4. Yep, 3:55. So let's everybody back at 4:10, please. So I want to move on to our Sustainable Investing, Developing an Impact Toolkit for Private Markets. So for our final session, we'll be discussing our work to help advance consistent reporting standards in the private markets. And we have the guests to do that. First, of course, we have Yup Kim, head of our private equity investments. Mr. Kim, take it away and do your introductions.
Great, wonderful. Hey everyone, good afternoon. My name is Yup Kim, and I serve as an investment director and head of investments for private equity. I work very closely with Greg Ruiz on all aspects of the private equity program. We're delighted today to welcome our two partners here, Meg Starr, the global head of impact at Carlyle, and Pete Stavros, the co-head of KKR Private Equity Americas. Today, we'll be sharing two very exciting industry-wide initiatives. The first, the ESG Data Convergence Project, and second, Ownership Works, and also cover a few tangential other items on how the private equity industry is playing kind of a critical role in ESG efforts across the board. And so why don't we start off with a bit of a human element? And so, Meg, really curious, how have your life experiences ultimately influenced your journey to ultimately becoming the global head of impact at Carlyle?
Thank you, yeah. Thank you for having me, and thank you to CalPERS for entrusting Carlyle with some of your capital. It's a responsibility that we take very seriously. And I guess if we're starting on the human side, I was raised on a farm on Cape Cod by two very aggressive environmental activists. My parents were both public school teachers, but are more frequently protesting things outside of, you name it, corporation. I was raised on a house they built by hand, and we had a wood stove for heat and solar panels for electricity, sewed most of our own clothes, grew our food. And it was a pretty interesting way to grow up, and it taught me about our very specific micro impact we have on the environment around us. But it also taught me that if you want to make that change systemic, you have to find ways to make the environmentally correct choice the economically rational choice. So I went to college and I studied climate science. I think I was one of 5 kids who had that major at the time. I think that's changed significantly. And started out my career in philanthropy because I thought that was a good way of getting at these big topics like climate change, the energy transition. But what frustrated me about philanthropy was we were sitting on top of this very big endowment, but the investment committee would hand us 5% every year and say, go solve climate change with this. But P.S., you cannot use this to make any profitable investments because that's illegal under our tax code. And that blew my mind that we weren't thinking about for-profit, scalable ventures that were trying to attack some of the biggest social issues that we face. So I ended up pivoting into finance, spent a couple of years at Goldman Sachs helping to build out the ESG Impact platform, and then came over to Carlyle a few years ago to do the same thing. And the real mission here is how do we think about the durability of cash flows and the ability for companies to persist and be successful in a rapidly changing world. And in today's changing world, that means that companies need to be excellent on how they think about their environmental and social impact, because that feedback loop with stakeholders is critical to how we actually think about making money, which is a wonderful thing that those two are really starting to converge. So from Cape Cod to working in private equity in New York City.
Wonderful. Thank you, Meg. All right, Pete, over to you. How did you get to KKR, and how did your personal background ultimately cause you to really focus on social sustainability and specifically employee ownership?
Okay, and thanks for having me, Yup. It's an honor to present to the CalPERS board. So my father was a construction worker. He operated a road grader for 45 years in Chicago. It was a union organization, and what I grew up with were a lot of strikes, a lot of fights between labor and management, and at the root cause of a lot of it was the hourly wage itself. So if the exclusive way that you are compensated is an hourly wage, you want more hours and you want overtime hours if possible, and your employer wants exactly the opposite. So the types of things that would happen would be the construction company would take away the drive time to and from the job site. They would say, we're not going to pay for that. You're not producing, so we're not going to pay you. And then they would say, for the lunch hour, you're not that productive. We're going to take away the paid lunch hour. And if you're making $15 an hour and they keep shrinking your hours, it becomes a problem. And so what my dad and his colleagues did in that example was they intentionally had the road aggregate, which was the key raw material for grading a road, delivered right at lunchtime, so that they could say, you know, what a shame, it's the lunch hour, we're not paid to work, so we can't accept delivery. And they would run the job out of material to shut the job down. And then my dad would come home and would say, can you believe this is what we're doing? I'm a grown man and we're playing these games, as opposed to having some incentive to care about quality, cost, on-time delivery. And so my dad's dream was profit sharing. And that's really where this came from for me at a young age, was the desire on the part of my dad to have some incentive to be productive. And he used to talk about the need to work steady, not too fast, not too slow. Don't want to get in trouble, but you don't want to be too productive because you'll have fewer hours. And it drove him slowly insane. So that was kind of the foundation as a kid. And then, you know, my folks didn't go to college, so I didn't have much of a plan out of college myself. I randomly ended up at an investment firm, and the first thing that they had me do was confirm wire transfers for the sale of a company. So this used to be done manually, where you would sell a company and there'd be a day of the funds flow, where you would make sure the money went to all the right people and you'd be verbally confirming wires. And so they had me sit in an office, and I did that for one of my first days. It's just, there were bank accounts, there were amounts, names, and I was just doing that all day. The reason that was an impactful experience is when you confirmed the wire transfer with the CEO, which was a lot of money, you'd call the CEO and the CEO would say, yep, we got it, thanks a lot, click. When you got 50 people deep and it was the assistant controller and that person's life was changed by getting a fraction of what the CEO got, they were so overcome with emotion, they had a hard time even confirming the wire. And so for me, that was a really impactful moment, thinking back to my dad and thinking about, God, what if we could get ownership distributed more broadly? What could it mean for workers, and what could it mean for culture? And then, as fate would have it, the very next project they put me on was an ESOP. If people are familiar with ESOPs, it's a pretty complicated tax structure from the 1970s, where if you share all of the ownership with workers, so not a smidgen, but all of it, you pay no taxes. And so it was this huge tax incentive, and this was a boom in the 70s and 80s, as some of you may know, of companies converting to ESOPs, and this was a company that was de-ESOPing for lots of reasons I won't bore you with. But what was amazing was when you looked at the cap table, there were secretaries with $1 million accounts. And so when I went to business school, I spent all of my time studying ESOPs. And you can still find a paper I had published if you're ever having a hard time sleeping at night. It's very, very brutally boring. But from there, that became kind of my mission, is like, how could we experiment with non-ESOP ways of sharing ownership broadly? How could this work? And so when I got into a leadership position at KKR 12 years ago, that's what I started experimenting with, and that's kind of how I got here.
Well, yep, if you would allow us to throw the question back at you. I know you, like us, were in the private side originally, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about your background and how you ended up moving over into public service.
Sure. So just to go all the way back, my parents kind of went to top schools in Seoul, South Korea, and to the great dismay of my grandparents, gave up fairly lucrative careers in their mid-20s to become nonprofit workers and Christian missionaries in Indonesia. And so they would spend the next 35 years of their lives building community centers, schools, hospitals, and also Play Point to facilitate the distribution of aid, working with NGOs like the American Red Cross after many of the catastrophic natural disasters that rocked Indonesia over the past 2 decades. And they'd also invite troops of doctors from the United States and Korea to really serve and administer critical health care to some of the most vulnerable and remote villages across Indonesia. So while my parents never quite preached this notion that real living begins when you live for others, they practiced it kind of every day. So that was very much built into my DNA. In the early 2000s, I was part of a generation New York Times dubbed as the parachute generation. So a lot of Asian parents were dropping their kids off in America in pursuit of higher education. And I remember I was parachuted down in Southern California, in Orange County, California. And obviously earning a nonprofit wage in Indonesian rupees, I kind of had to earn my own living from a fairly young age. And during that time, while I'd seen a lot of poverty and economic insecurity in Indonesia, I'd never experienced it so viscerally myself. Growing up in Orange County, California, I was living paycheck to paycheck. I probably gave Bank of America, $1,000 in overdraft fees. I went, to sleep hungry, a couple nights, and so, and so fast forward, 9 years, I just felt like the mission of really providing kind of economic security, really preventing, all the drawbacks that really come from, just not having economic security was a mission that really resonated well. And so I'd say that's why I entered public service. Thank you. Great. Well, to our first initiative topic on ESG data convergence, Meg, what was the state of the ESG private equity market and the major pain points ahead of this initiative?
Thanks, yeah. So the ESG data convergence project really started because of a conversation with CalPERS. And we were having a conversation probably a year and a half, 2 years ago with Greg Ruiz, the rest of the private equity team. And not to speak for you, Greg, but Greg was asking me some pretty straightforward questions about ESG, and I think he was shocked by how not straightforward my answers were. So for example, Greg asked the very simple question of, when you work with a portfolio company and they want to start doing any kind of sustainability reporting, what framework do you tell them to use? And I said, well, we say start with GRI, then WEF, you need SASB, TCFD, CDP, SFDR, and taxonomy as your starter kit, and then we'll move on from there. And that's actually the list of frameworks that we start with our portfolio companies on. And Greg's other question was, why, as an investor, when I look across the underlying private equity funds that I'm invested in, why can't I see a single ESG metric across those funds in the same way I can see things like IRR? And my answer to that was, well, I got 31 different ESG data requests from LPs last week. And they all asked for slightly different ESG data points in a slightly different way, in a slightly different format. And the conclusion was, we all want the same objective. We want a smaller set of more meaningful, performance-based, and ideally quantitative data points. But we've been running in 1,000 different directions to get those. And so the spirit of the effort was really around convergence. Can we sit down and actually collaborate, which we don't always do that well as a private equity industry, and start agreeing on how we're going to track this data so that we have a common language and a common playbook that we can actually show who's doing well and who's doing not that well based off of.
Yeah, all makes sense. and so that ultimately led to the creation of the ESG data convergence project. I guess one of the key questions is there's, as you alluded to, there are over 100 different key performance indicators, KPIs across ESG factors. What was the process to eventually converge on the 6 that are active today?
So the premise actually started pretty simple. CalPERS called 7 or 8 private equity firms that you all are invested in and said, hey, will you guys just get in a Zoom room and see if you can agree to something? And we called a bunch of investors who are invested in Carlyle funds and other private equity funds and said, hey, would you agree to basically be the purchasing power? Will you help negotiate with all of us and endorse this so that we can get private equity firms to sign on? And so we did just that. We sat in a Zoom room for about 9 painful months. I cried a few times on those Zoom calls, but we ended up getting somewhere. And to your point about there are hundreds of ESG data points you could start from. Health and safety, greenhouse gas emissions, water, diversity, employee engagement. There's a whole spectrum. What could we actually agree on? And it sounds simple, but we started with 6. And those 6 were the 6 data points that all of the 8 private equity firms were already measuring in our portfolios. We just had slightly different definitions. And so what we did was we came together, we negotiated, we worked with our counsel, we worked with external advisors, and we agreed to the same definition. And so the metrics are greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy purchasing, net new hires, board diversity, injury rates, and employee engagement. And there's a bunch of kind of sub-points beneath each of those categories that actually get us meaningful data. But what the private equity firms agreed to is we agreed to each change our data collection systems. So I collect that data from all of the portfolio companies I look across. At Carlyle, we have around 300 companies globally on any given day. So every year, I collect that data from them, and I collect normalization metrics, because greenhouse gas emissions don't mean anything if you don't know how big the company is, where it's located, what industry it's in. And so the private equity firms agreed to do two things. First, if any of our investors ask us for that data for a fund they're invested in, we give it to them. But we give it to them in the exact same format that Blackstone is giving it to them in, that CVC is, that EQT is, so that you can actually see across your portfolio some comparable metrics. And the second thing we agreed to, which is the part that I was most excited about, but led to the most tears, was that the private equity firms, we each agreed to anonymize our data and aggregate it centrally. So to actually create a benchmark from that data so that we have a comparable data set to actually see, what does private equity ownership do? How do firms compare to each other? What does that look like as it changes over time? And so that was really the remarkably simple but remarkably hard kind of collaboration that we came to.
Great, no, thanks, super helpful. So Meg, how's the project going? What's next for the project, and what does success look like in 5 years?
So when we kicked this off, the CalPERS team said, look, this will be a success if we get this data for even 7 of our private equity firms. And so this past September, we went out to the market and we said, hey, here's what we did. It is all open source. It is on the ILPA website. If you want to participate, come along with us. And I think we've been kind of shocked. We've had 195 private equity firms and investors sign on since then. And so we just finished collecting data for the first benchmark. It's the benchmark for the 2021 calendar year. And we got data from 1,900 private companies. So that's over 19,000 data points. But we have created a benchmark that's live. You can log into a website and see it. BCG is administering it for us. And you can say, okay, I want to see the board diversity of industrial companies in the US that are in the $500 million to $1 billion range. And you can actually parse that data and start seeing the first trove of private market ESG data that's ever existed. So I think we were pretty blown away that that worked in the first year. And so we're working every year to improve it. And we're going through negotiations right now to say, are there some data points we could add this year? And the biggest energy we've seen is around, how do we get better diversity data that extends deeper into companies, beyond just the board, into the C-suite, management, and below? And second, how do we start understanding which companies actually have credible net zero targets? And so I think what we're excited about is, how do we get more data points that we're converging around? How do we extend this into other asset classes like credit? And how do we bring more of the investment management industry with us? Because if we can get more convergent, comparable data, we're all going to have a lot more information to work off of.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely wonderful progress that the whole initiative has garnered to date, and it'll be wonderful, right? I do think as we look to kind of the performance of funds, if a certain fund generated a 2 times and a 25% return, but in the process also reduced GHG emissions by 25%, increased the purchasing of renewables by 20%, increased the corporate board diversity over the ownership, added net of M&A 20,000 new jobs. These are the conversations that really speak to the durability and the sustainability of the strategies, right? And so I think there was probably a time in private equity when performance metrics were so normalized to today, like multiple on invested capital, realized value, were not standardized across the industry. And so this endeavor to really coalesce around standardized data that will truly tell compelling narratives of good actors and bad actors will be really wonderful.
It speaks to the kind of license to operate of private equity, and the initial data shows that privately held companies generate jobs at 2 to 3 times the rate of publicly held companies, and that privately held companies might have board diversity that is lower than that of public peers, but privately held companies are actually increasing board diversity far faster. And so we're in the early days, and as we get longitudinal data, we know more, but we haven't actually been able to prove out the case of what does private equity ownership do on these really critical factors, because we haven't had statistically significant data yet.
Great. Video team. And so now we'll move on to the next key initiative that we wanted to discuss. Thank you, Meg, for that wonderful overview. And we'll go on to discuss ownership works. But before we begin, the video team will play a wonderful video ahead of that.
Imagine you wake up on a random Wednesday in the middle of your life, and everything that you've ever wanted to do in your life, you can do now. All because you came to work and you did things the right way, and someone held up their word to you.
All right, this is a little different than when we normally get together. Anybody want to have an owners meeting?
We do have some news to share, and the news is we found a new owner for the business.
Pete Stavros is here. He is the co-head of the private equity firm KKR.
I mean, the performance of the company and the growth in value was astonishing. This is beyond our wildest dreams in terms of how well this business performed. It is a huge collection of lots of little things that the workforce did. Again, they did it. They earned it. Made this company more than triple, almost 4x their profits. And so shouldn't everyone participate? That's the simple philosophy.
So, logical question would be, what does this mean for you financially? Because you're all owners in this business. You guys ready to get into it? Even our newest colleagues are going to get a meaningful payout of $20,000. Well, if you think that was good, hold on to your hats. If you joined last year, the payout is $40,000. So for this cohort, the payout is 1.5 times annual pay. So the average payout is $70,000 for this group.
I was shocked. I was standing next to my nephew who just started. I remember looking at him and hugging him and
This is 2.5 times your annual pay. 3.5 times, 4.5 times, 5.5 times your annual pay. For this last group, the payout is 6.5 times.
It's truly emotional. Like I've never seen anything like it in my life.
The excitement, the tears, the goosebumps, the just sheer excitement. Everybody was in shock, honestly.
First thing is we're prepaying for financial coaching for everyone. We want to make sure that you guys understand your payout, understand your tax situation, you know how to invest the money, and it gets put to the best use possible.
Still can't believe it. I mean, but it's good to know that you work for a good company and put your time in. They do help you out as well.
Where else have you seen this many men and women hugging, shaking, crying, you know, sharing stories of how we started out here, what we do every day coming into this company and try to make it better for everybody.
It brings the extra oomph to every person that works knowing that they're owners. The workmanship, you see everything's going up. This, other companies need to do this.
Every cent that we get back, we earned.
I've never had anything like this happen to me in my entire life. This is life-changing for everything.
I wish that every company could see what this has done.
Every dream that I've ever had in my life, I can do now. It doesn't just change my life. It's going to change the whole community.
All right, Pete. First question. What is the promise of shared ownership?
I think the promise of shared ownership is to address some of the things that we heard about in the prior panel. So if you think about major problems in society that relate to labor, number one, half the country has almost no assets. The bottom 50% owns fewer than, or less than 5% of the assets in aggregate, less than 1% of the stock. And when you look at Federal Reserve data on household wealth, the biggest driver of wealth inequality by a mile is the ownership of stock. So if promise number one is, if we share ownership broadly, could we give the bottom 50% a chance to create wealth through asset ownership? Number two, employee engagement is an absolute epidemic in the country. So if you look at Gallup data on employee engagement, 70% of Americans are not engaged on the job. Of that 70%, 15 to 20% are actively disengaged, meaning they're literally throwing wrenches in machines, trying to hurt their own company because they hate their employer. And if you share ownership broadly, we've found it's a starting point to really engage employees in a different kind of way. The third promise is around financial literacy. So the Treasury Department estimates 65% of Americans are financially illiterate. So it's not a low-income thing. This is a problem across the country. And there's a lot of nonprofits that have been working on financial literacy for some time, but we're not making a lot of progress. And one of the reasons is people don't want to talk about their debt. They know they have debt and they have no assets, so they don't want to engage in the discussion. And we've found that if you share ownership broadly, it's a new opening to engage in a conversation around financial literacy. And then the final promise is around racial equity. So today what we have in corporate America, as we all know, is C-suites that are not very diverse. But what we have on top of that is that's where all the ownership resides. So you've got predominantly white men in the top couple of layers of an organization. That's the only place ownership travels. And so from a racial equity perspective, if you share ownership broadly, you massively disproportionately benefit people of color and women. So there's a gender equity opportunity as well. So of course we have to work on diversity and diversifying the C-suite and the senior levels of an organization. But when I talk to members of the Black community, leaders of the Black community, they say, yes, of course we need to do that, but that's going to take time. What you can do right now to help is share ownership with everyone. So those, I would say, are four of the promises, which are, again, lifting up the bottom half of the country with asset ownership, employee engagement, financial literacy, and racial equity. And maybe just real quick, I'll want to be clear on what we're talking about when we say shared ownership. It's much more complicated, as you might imagine, than you just give out stock and like good things happen. It takes education, information sharing, financial literacy, as I mentioned, a real effort around employee engagement, and it's all of those things taken together that make workers feel cared for and deliver better results for shareholders as well.
Thanks, Pete. And while kind of the early innings of proving out this value proof is still in the making, can you share some success stories with the board here and the audience just around what's really worked in addition to kind of the great outcome at CHI?
Yes, absolutely. So maybe I'll give a little bit more detail around what you saw in the video. So this company, CHI, they make garage doors. And we invested in the business in 2015. And we saw what we typically find when you show up, particularly in the industrial world, which is lack of engagement among employees, poor safety records. So the recordable incident rate, which is the key safety metric we track, was 14. And what that means is out of every 100 workers per year, 14 were basically going to the hospital, getting hurt each year. So over the course of 5 years, that would be most of the workforce getting injured on the job. The prior owners did not measure engagement. The first engagement survey we did, we only got 30% of people to respond, and 90% of results were below benchmark. When we bought the business, of the 800 employees, 18 had ownership, which is pretty typical. Kind of 1 to 2% is what we typically see in terms of how many employees, what percent of employees have ownership in the business. So you put all that together, that's an unhappy group of employees. And what that always translates into is suboptimal performance. And that's what we saw. So when we bought the business, there was too much inventory, too much scrap, poor quality, customer service problems, and on and on and on. And then over the course of 7 years, and I emphasize 7 years because this is a long journey. This is not a splash around a little bit of ownership and things turn around. This is a relentless effort. I mean, day one, what you hear from workers is, I don't understand it, or I don't believe it. And so this takes, rounds and rounds and rounds of reinforcement. And what we didn't show there is we paid 4 dividends on the stock over time. So workers made almost $10,000 just in dividends along the way to reinforce that this is real ownership. And so at the end of the CHI journey, we had lower turnover, higher engagement, lots of truck drivers raising their hands saying, I've got ideas on how to make our route more efficient, people figuring out ways how to make product more efficiently in the plant. Scrap was massively reduced. We grew revenue 120%, scrap grew 7%. And all those little things, as we said in the video, added up to something big. So our investors, including CalPERS, made 10 times on a garage door company, not a high growth software company. It was through this massive operational transformation that all the colleagues led. And workers on average made, these are hourly employees in the manufacturing plants or in the warehouses, made about $175,000, with the most tenured ones making almost $1 million. So that's one. I'll give you one other quick case study, just very high level, which would be Ingersoll Rand. This is a company that was public when we bought it back in 2013. 6,000 employees, 86 had ownership. So it's that same kind of 1% to 2%. Of the 86, they were mostly white men. And the engagement scores were terrible. So the first time we measured engagement was the 19th percentile. More than 20% of workers were quitting every year, and with them goes knowledge and all sorts of things walk out the door, relationships. And over the course, this was 9 years, so this was, again, a long-term effort, but that engagement score went from 19th percentile to the 90th, and the quit rate went from 20% to 2%, and hourly workers created $500 million of wealth for themselves. So, we've seen enough of this. This can work. It's a ton of effort, and it takes time, but everyone can participate, and it can lead to better outcomes for everyone.
Thanks, Pete. And thanks, Pete. And just a quick question: is this applicable and scalable beyond industrials?
So the short answer is yes. We started in industrials, in part because that was the industry group I was leading 12 years ago, and I, as I mentioned earlier, have a real passion for this. We also, though, saw not just an opportunity to do good for workers, but a real business opportunity for our investors, which was in the industrials world, like if you take that garage door company, about 80% of workers are hourly employees, and the engagement scores for hourly employees are typically 20 points lower than the average for a company. So they really, the further you go, the less engaged people are. And those employees really determine the success or failure of your company. They determine your quality, productivity, on-time delivery, whether your customers are happy, et cetera. And so that was what was interesting about industrials. And we said, well, if we can flip that, yes, it's great for workers, but it'll be great for investors. Now, what we've started to do in the last handful of years is experiment with consumer and healthcare and media and technology. And what we found is there's plenty of unhappy people in those companies too. If you go back to the Gallup surveys, 70% of all employees in the country are not engaged. So it's not just a manufacturing thing, it's broad across the economy. Those financial literacy scores, that's across the economy. So we've now done this 25 times. About half are in industrial companies, the other half are non-industrial, and we've decided this is the new standard for us. Whenever we make an investment, this is going to be the approach. Everyone's going to have ownership in the US. Europe is next, but for right now, it's the US. Everyone's going to have ownership, and we're going to work like crazy to drive engagement up and turnover down and drive business performance.
Great, thanks, Pete. And just lastly on this one, what catalyzed the formation of the nonprofit Ownership Works, and what is its mission?
So what catalyzed the formation of the nonprofit was we had started to talk publicly about what we were doing, and we were getting a lot of phone calls from public companies, other GPs. Meg and I were talking restaurant chains in Manhattan saying, we'd like to experiment with this, could you help us? And so I was spending weekends and nights helping other companies experiment with this model, and I was just burning out. So I needed help, and initially it was just going to be my wife and I starting a small foundation to help companies roll this model out. And then as we started talking, with Yup and others, there were lots of people who said, if this could really be something, we're all in. And so we started to get interest from pension funds, labor advocates, by the way, many of whom are not at all fans of private equity, but are fans of this, and say, if you're serious about this, we want to work with you on it. Every bank on Wall Street is a part of this effort. We've got McKinsey, all sorts of consulting firms, law firms. It's a huge consortium trying to come together to solve this very difficult problem of the collection of issues I mentioned, not just one problem, but inequality and engagement, et cetera. So one was I needed help. Two was the opportunity to collaborate with lots of different types of people. Three was other investors, really smart people also were thinking about this and experimenting with it, so couldn't we learn from each other? And then impact. the amount of impact we could have if this spread. You know, we have 900,000 employees at KKR, but what if the top 20 private equity firms did this and public companies? I mean, you could get to millions of people pretty quickly, and that was very exciting.
So can I ask a question here? Yep.
Yes.
I'd love to hear, and I think you sort of answered it earlier, but I'd love to hear how we could scale this. I mean, I know I'm hearing that you got involved with CalPERS and you've got a lot of interest in lots of financial institutions. Yours is the only program I've heard of. So do we know where else, it's being tried out?
So we've helped some public companies try this out. So there was one story that was, I think Bloomberg did a story on, we worked with Harley Davidson. We don't have any interest in Harley Davidson, right. But the CEO called and said, I really want to do this. So there's examples like that. There are 20 private equity firms who have committed to try this in at least 3 portfolio companies. So TPG, you know, Warburg Pincus, there's a bunch of them. Then we've got another closing round of founders this fall, which I expect will be another, you know, some number of dozens of additional GPs who will join. So I think we're on a path to getting to bigger numbers. I think we're already on a path to this being potentially millions of families that are impacted. And it's so tangible, right? I mean, this is what it gets me excited, is it's not a story. You know, we now are literally touching people in a very measurable, concrete way, not just financially, but as I said, engagement, turnover, work experience, safety, et cetera.
And how did the safety issue get changed? Because that's a big issue in a lot of larger manufacturing companies. We were talking about a few earlier, you know, Amazon, Tesla. There's a lot of disregarding employee complaints about safety. So how does that fix that? How does them profit sharing fix that, I guess is my question.
It's that broader, more holistic approach I mentioned. So it's got to be more than just ownership, but it's employee engagement, getting feedback. And for us, it starts with safety. So if you're not going to take care of your employees at the most basic of all levels, just getting them home safe at night, don't bother talking about ownership. You're not even hitting the you know, first base. So don't go for the home run. So safety is where we start. And so in every single company, day one is, where are they at with safety? How are we going to reduce to get below benchmark? And ideally at least a 50% reduction in the injury rate. And that's through old-fashioned problem-solving, Pareto analyses, root cause, countermeasure, all that stuff. So safety for us is table stakes before you get into any of these other things.
Okay, so that's how you move that along. Because, yeah, that's one of the bigger problems right now. And then we talked about churning of workforce, which we're not going to see. If they're not even going to, you know, treat employees well enough that they're not churning through the employees, they can't see them participating in something like this.
Exactly. So for this to make sense for a company, you have to believe that experience and tenure matters. So there's been some, I think, leaked conversations from some people at Amazon where they've said, no, we want to churn every 6 to 9 months. We want people to leave. Because for us, what we see is productivity starting to plateau and then decline. If that's the model, ownership makes no sense because this is a 5-year, 7-year, 9-year journey. At Ownership Works, we're actually helping in the Pacific Northwest moderate some discussions between workers and some companies in retail, without getting too specific. And the reason why it has a chance of working is the retail company has confirmed when we look at store efficiency and effectiveness, it is driven by the tenured people. When we lose our senior people, it all falls apart because they know the customers, they know the shelves. So if you've got a company saying, I believe tenure matters, and you've got, this case, a union, and the union certainly believes tenure matters, that's where you can have the lines cross and both sides saying, this makes a lot of sense.
Okay, thank you very much. Ready? Questions? Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you know, like I think shared ownership, we view truly as a stronger form of capitalism, right? It is an invitation to every individual in an organization to contribute in different ways to really accelerate growth and maximize a shared wealth creation. It is a recognition that in today's dynamic and increasingly complex marketplace, no title or set of titles have a monopoly on good ideas. And so while we're still early in the Valley Proof, kind of stage, we're incredibly grateful and excited to be partnered in this initiative. Great. Well, now moving away from the two initiatives that we kind of did a deep dive on, going all the way to the macro of things. Meg, question for you. How can private equity take a leadership role in really driving sustainability transformations?
I think it makes sense to go back to basics of what private equity is supposed to do if it's done well. And I think the premise of private equity, and Pete articulated this in talking about some of the transformations in industrial companies, is private equity's premise is you take a good company, or sometimes just an okay company, and you turn it into a great company because you can sell it for more money, and that generates a return for investors. And what we're seeing is in today's rapidly changing world, what makes a great company goes beyond just profitability. What makes a great company is how companies are thinking about maximizing environmental and social performance because that drives profitability. And so I think private equity's role is, how do we think about these hold periods that call it 5 to 7 years we own a company? How do we think about helping those companies get up the maturity curve on the environmental and social issues that will drive that financial performance? And the interesting thing is we're seeing that play out in capital markets and in terms of what companies are worth. We've seen that in our own data. I mentioned those 300 companies we look over. We have really granular data on environmental and social topics across those companies over time. And the data is clear that our companies that have at least 2 diverse board directors have about 12% faster annualized earnings growth than our companies with no diverse directors. That means they're worth more money. What we see in public markets is that companies that have greenhouse gas reduction targets are worth about 2 times what companies that don't have those targets are worth. And we're seeing it on the debt side too. Debt, which sometimes has been seen as being used irresponsibly in certain private equity contexts, if you flip it, there are actually some really interesting ways to be using it more responsibly. We've done about $20 billion of ESG-linked financings across our portfolio. What that means is we link the price of debt for our portfolio companies to hitting environmental or social targets that we want them to be running after anyway. So for example, we have a company called Genealogia, and they help finish denim. So if you buy a pair of distressed jeans, those have to be distressed by a machine. That uses a lot of water and a lot of chemicals usually. Genealogia has a technology to do that with about 80% less water and fewer chemicals. The price of Genealogia's debt is linked to water reduction targets. So as they drive towards a more efficient business models, banks will reward that performance by reducing their interest expense. So the high level of that thesis, is that if private equity's job is really to take good companies and make them great companies today are thoughtful about their workers, they're thoughtful about their environmental impact, they're thoughtful about their ESG positioning because that makes them worth more. And so I think private equity really needs to be focused not on this binary of is it a good guy company or a bad guy company. It needs to be focused on change over time and what that ownership period looks like.
Right, and it absolutely makes sense. And even a couple 10, 15 years ago, private equity represented some 3% of global equity market cap. Today it's above 10%. So I think private equity is all about the change management business. And so one thing I've always really appreciated is private equity with the right partners, the right initiatives can be an incredible toolkit, right, to really encourage innovation, elevate the livelihoods of everyone in society, provide better healthcare, find cures to incurable diseases, and all of these things. And so I do think there's tremendous opportunities there. And so Pete, maybe going on to the skeptics, right? And so what are some of the current challenges for PE players to fully integrate kind of the ESG, impact toolkit to their playbook, right? When, as you share kind of the promise of broad ownership, for example, when you see a bit of pushback, what are some of the challenges that you're seeing kind of directly?
I think one of the challenges is human beings are overwhelmed today. And so when we talk to our leadership teams and we ask them to now embark on this journey around shared ownership with us, just as an example. sometimes you get back, okay, so let me get this straight. I have to triple my profits, and I have to do it in the right way, because you care about how I get the results. You want me to go diversify the C-suite, the board, my whole organization. I need to decarbonize. I need to reduce water utilization, reduce my landfill tonnage, reduce my energy consumption. You want me to certify data integrity, and I need to be all over cyber security, and on and on and on. And now, on top of that, you want me to share ownership with every employee, communicate it in a way they understand it, drive engagement. So I needed to be having quarterly owner meetings. During COVID, we were doing them often monthly. Sharing our business plan, all of our information. I have to do financial literacy training. They're just like, I can't do it. It's impossible. No one can do this. So I think one of the big challenges that we have as an economy is, as we're just piling more and more priorities on, and they all matter, people are just drowning. And I bet even all of us in the room, I think I get 500 emails a day. You just can't, we're overwhelmed. So I think that's one. I think the other one is just resources. You know, this takes, if you look at what Meg's doing and what she's talking about, it takes a lot of people and brain power and effort and time. And I think, you know, all the private equity firms in our industry just need to be investing in the resources operationally, ESG resources. You know, we're building a labor center of excellence at KKR. I mean, we are going to need a lot of resources to make this happen.
I would also add into that, Peter, just around the kind of capacity building and time it takes, is that this is a process, not an act. And climate change is something I care deeply about. It's what I've studied. It's what I want to spend my life working on. But we get questions a lot from investors saying, I want perfect carbon emissions data for every company you're invested in. I want them to be on net zero targets, and I want it tomorrow. And when we sit down and we actually walk through what it takes to get a carbon footprint in a portfolio company, like that's where the magic happens of like, you don't just flip a switch and get that data. For example, our European buyout portfolio, which tends to be our companies that are most sophisticated on ESG and the largest, so they have the most resources. When they enter our portfolio, only around 30% of them have any idea what their carbon footprint is, which is wild for Europe, but is a state of private companies. And so it can take my team, I have a team of dedicated technical experts that come out of environmental fields. It can take them dozens of hours with an individual company to, we jokingly call it carbon therapy, but we sit on a Zoom and we say, do you have a fleet of trucks? Okay, if so, what type of fuel do they use? Okay, can you track down the guy or girl who has the fuel bill and copy that PDF and send it to me and I'll convert it into megajoules of energy? Then how many factories do you have? Who pays the utility bill? Can you track down that electricity bill? Do you have steam? The actual act of helping companies understand what is in scope for a carbon footprint, who even knows where that data is in their company, how to get it, how to crunch it, how to use things like the carbon intensity factor of an electricity grid, all to get one data point around the greenhouse gas emissions, which doesn't even get to how do you start reducing that? How does that play into operational efficiency? And so I think one thing that happens in the field of kind of being skeptical about this is that we want to get to the finish line and we have to meet our companies where they are today. And the reality is not a lot of companies have this data yet. And so a big part of the private equity model in this day and age is how do we build that capacity internally? A lot of times it's helping them hire ESG experts or hire environmental experts, or just helping them create the processes to track down that data and start crunching it. And so I would just add that it's you can't underestimate the challenges of A, the list of things that management teams are being asked to care about, and then B, how do you help them actually get information to know how their company is doing on those?
Thanks, Meg. We have a little bit over 10 minutes left, and so wanted to open it up for questions for folks. Do have other questions here, but just wanted to give folks a chance to ask questions.
Sure. I'm not getting anybody right now for questions. Everybody's looking at me like, no.
All right. All good. All good. We can continue on here.
I do have public comment, but we'll wrap it up and get to the end, and then we'll do public comment.
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jose.
Wonderful.
Is it working? Yes, now it's working. Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for this panel. It's been very, very interesting, especially the owner, just the conversion project, as well as the ownership the ownership model.
Ownership works, yep.
Ownership works. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to ask a question about part of that ownership works, and I'm just curious about how did you engage the workers with their financial literacy initiatives to accelerate their wealth creation? And since this you mentioned it takes a partnership. Tons of resources, tons of things. You just can't do it all by yourself. Do you think partnering with other financial literacy nonprofit organizations will be helpful in the future, or what are your thoughts on that, Pete?
So the answer is definitely yes. So whether it's Council for Economic Education or Operation Hope or Neighborhood Trust, there's a lot of good people doing good work on financial literacy. Here's what we've run up against, and we've been working at this for a dozen years now. You'll offer financial literacy training, and 3% of employees on average, and we thought it was just us until we benchmarked ourselves with all these other organizations, 3% of employees will take you up on the offer. So you'll say, free financial literacy training for you, we want to help you, we're going to help you with credit scores, get out of debt, we're going to make sure you're applying for the earned income tax credit, child tax credit, et cetera, and 3 out of 100 will show up for that. So we've done survey work to understand why is that. Part of it's what I mentioned earlier around they have no assets, they don't want to talk about it. There's a lot of other challenges too. I don't have time, I don't speak English that well, I don't want to sit face to face with someone and talk about it, and on and on and on. And so what we're trying to do is knock down some of those barriers. Ownership knocks down the I have no assets, but we're going to need to be thoughtful about having bilingual coaches. We're going to have to give people space in their lives to do this. So as an example, one of the things we're doing now is paying people to do this. So you have a 9-hour day ahead of you. One of those hours is going to be paid, and you're going to do financial literacy training. So there's then no excuse to not do it. We're going to have to also accommodate how people want to receive the information. Some want to be on Zoom. They don't want to be face-to-face. Some are the opposite. So it's all of those things that we're trying to figure out, but it's difficult. The best chance is on the exit. So when you saw in the video where I said we're prepaying, we brought Goldman Sachs in, they were at the event, and Goldman Sachs is giving 12 months of free coaching for every single employee. That is a moment in time you get people's attention. So along the way, during the 7-year investment period, doing financial literacy training is hard. When someone's getting a $200,000 check and they were in debt before they got it, you have their attention. So that's a big moment to take advantage of.
That's incredible. I'm just sort of I'm blown away by this. It's an incredible way of thinking about capitalism, and I just think this is very interesting.
Thank you. It's been a big team effort, and we're grateful for the support of CalPERS and what we're trying to accomplish here.
Thank you.
I imagine we're all in on this because it's really good work. Did anybody else? Lisa Middleton, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The story is really inspiring, and I think all of us are. Is there anything in the private equity model that, in your opinion, makes these kinds of transportation or transformations more likely to occur than in public markets?
I can start and then Meg jump in, but I would say 100% private equity is, in my opinion, going to lead, because the governance model is purpose-built for driving change. Meg, I think, hit this really well, which is we're all about aligning incentives and driving outcomes. And then when you think about the size of our portfolios, which I think Meg also covered really well, take the Harley-Davidson example, which, that was like a 6-month journey, and it was great, and we impacted 4,000 workers, and it was a union environment, which made it exciting and fun because we love to try and work through things like that with unions. But during that same 6-month period of time, if we had gotten 2 major private equity firms involved, that could be not 4,000 people, but could be like 1.5 million people. So I think the scale of private equity and then just the way we are built around governance and driving change, and I think Meg covered this really well, is why Meg and I are so optimistic, not to speak for you, Meg, but I think we're really optimistic that private equity could lead the way on some of the climate and social stuff.
I would also add the point, which I think gets talked about a lot, but is worth reinforcing around time horizon. that I think a lot of this change takes time, and that doesn't always fit with reporting quarterly earnings. I think the energy transition is a great example. One thing we've been really focused on is that in order for our global economy to decarbonize, we have to go to where the carbon is. And that can mean some high emitting, dirty assets. That transformation of how do you take those businesses and turn them into new age energy companies can take a lot of years. We have one portfolio company called Cepsa, which is the largest private integrated energy company in Europe. We've been working on that investment for about 3 years, and we just announced the strategic plan. They have a net zero target. They have a new CEO that we installed that has expertise in the energy transition, and they're putting about 7 to 8 billion euros of CapEx into their sustainable business lines in the next 5 years. And so it's examples like that is a massive amount of CapEx. It will be deployed over a bunch of years. But if you looked at them today versus a peer, you might not see the fruit of that labor. But we firmly believe that that is going to create a durable business for the future. And so I think that timeline perspective of a lot of the work, and Pete was talking about this in terms of CHI, how many years that change takes, having concentrated ownership, having that governance, and having a longer time horizon for exit, I think really makes private equity suited to some of those harder, deeper transformations that have a longer payoff period.
I think one of the challenges that you have before you is how to demonstrate that over time, over 5, 10, 15-year horizons, that this model can produce sustainable results. And that then can lead to organizations like ours having even greater inducement to move in that direction.
I agree with that. And I think actually that's why both of these two initiatives are so important, where you need the case studies and the examples and the actual human beings that you're seeing on a videotape of what that looks like. But you also need broad-based data across the industry. Say, what does this look like in aggregate? And so the hope is that those two together over the next few years actually builds out that case in a way that is hopefully accurate and compelling.
Yeah, I think the two largest employers in America are Walmart and Amazon, and then starting from number 3, it's the collective portfolio companies of the largest private equity firms. And so just with the tool of control, in the governance, just the ability to really kind of demonstrate and make tangible some of these sustainability initiatives is second to none, right? And so I think that's really exciting. And like private equity players are always experimenting. How do you kind of accelerate top line? How do you make more efficient kind of your costs across your value chain? How are you de-risking some of the regulatory risks that you have to your revenue? How do you retain and incent a workforce? Where now mission is such a much a bigger critical dimension of why they come to work every day, right? And so I just think while some of the value creation toolkits across ESG is very early days, the current status is that folks are truly excited about this as much as they were with digitization just a few years ago. So I do think it's far more ingrained in the mindset of private equity kind of investors, and so I think we're all kind of aligned on good outcomes, but really having private equity play a catalyst to create a better society.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Middleton. I don't see any more questions. I do want to thank the panel. If you have a few more questions, go ahead if you want. I think we have, actually, we're running out of time here.
Yeah, I think we can wrap up. But Pete and Meg, just want to thank you so much. You guys have been stewards. Your organizations have been stewards of our capital for over 2 decades, and so thank you for generating outsized returns. And also just thank you so much for partnering with us to really take a leadership role in a lot of these incredibly important topics around ESG initiatives. But thank you so much.
Thank you, and I also want to thank you for coming today. So I do have one person on the phone and one person in the room. I'm going to, Alyssa Giacchino, if you want to go ahead and make comment in the room. You have 3 minutes, and we'll be keeping track.
Good afternoon. board president and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alyssa Giacchino with the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. We appreciate the opportunity to learn from your guest speakers throughout the offsite today. I want to offer just a couple of observations on the remarks from the representatives from KKR and Carlyle. It's encouraging to hear an update on the ESG data convergence project, and we also share the urgency of needing comparable metrics in private markets on climate issues and ESG broadly. In our view, data is most valuable when accompanied by aggressive emissions reductions targets and a rapid energy transition, given the urgency of climate change that we are all living in real time, no matter where we live, but especially here in California. Carlyle and KKR both have ongoing continuous investments in fossil fuels and very extensive fossil fuel portfolios. Carlyle is particularly notable. It has one of the largest portfolios in fossil fuel companies among its peers and diversified private equity firms, with at least $24 billion, by their own disclosure, invested in carbon-based energy. Carlyle's energy holdings include fossil fuel companies across the globe in Africa, South America, the Middle East, Europe. It also has dozens of fossil fuel companies in the US, including power plants, pipelines, and upstream operations. Carlyle's majority stake in NGP Energy Capital has generated hundreds of millions of revenues in carbon-based energy. NGP's investments are mostly focused on fracking and drilling from oil and gas fields in states like Texas, Wyoming, and Colorado. For example, one of NGP's portfolio companies is Blackbeard, operating in Texas's Permian Basin. In a 2021 Ceres and Clean Air Task Force study, Blackbeard was found to be emitting more methane than many industry heavyweights, including 6 times the amount of methane that Chevron emitted. On the question of data, although Carlyle holds a majority stake in NGP and collects the majority of NGP's management fees, Carlyle excluded NGP's emissions from its TCFD report. The New York Times wrote in October that, quote, private equity firms have emerged as an increasingly powerful yet secretive investment force in recent decades, adding, because the firms are required to disclose relatively limited information, it can be difficult to get a full view of their holdings or their climate or environmental practices, unquote. We urge Carlyle to commit to transparency to comprehensively disclose to the public its fossil fuel holdings, emissions, and impacts on communities, particularly indigenous and communities of color. Investors like CalPERS and members of the public deserve a full picture of the risks and impacts of Carlyle's energy portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one commenter on the phone, I think. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is John Skolnick, and I work with the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union. We commend CalPERS for being a leader in ESG investing. We are concerned that investment managers may use ESG terms to win your business and burnish their image. We ask you to consider Cardenas Markets, a California-based supermarket chain that is one of the nation's largest serving Latino communities. We believe CalPERS is poised to buy a labor dispute at Cardenas Market. In California, workers' jobs and livelihoods are vulnerable as part of the transaction. A KKR fund is selling Cardenas to an Apollo fund that we believe is Apollo Fund 9, which has $550 million invested in it by CalPERS. UFCW has been organizing Cardenas workers and asked to meet its CEO last fall. Instead, Cardenas ran an anti-union campaign. A company poster earlier this year was clear, quote, a union is a bad idea for Cardenas Markets, end quote. These workers risked their health and lives to sell essential food and goods during the pandemic, positioning KKR to profit. These workers in your home state deserve a guarantee of job protection during the sale and a good wage and benefit standard like that set by Cardenas' unionized competitors. KKR is a long-standing investment manager for CalPERS with $2.5 billion invested since 2001, plus $600 million committed to KKR's latest flagship fund. Accordingly, CalPERS is a lucrative investor for KKR. In that context, we raised concerns about a new role for the CalPERS head of investments for private equity as an advisor to a nonprofit founded by KKR's co-head of America's private equity, Pete Stavros, namely Ownership Works. Our concern is simple. KKR is a government contractor for CalPERS. The system's PE investment head is in a position to hold KKR accountable or not. In our opinion, there is an appearance of a conflict of interest in advising a nonprofit founded and funded by a KKR executive. Does your PE investment head's role with Ownership Works help burnish KKR's image? Should CalPERS do that for a large contractor? Contrast the experience of essential California grocery workers at Cardenas markets with workers at CHI overhead doors. KKR announced its sale of CHI this May and received positive press, and you saw the video, for sharing a portion of the proceeds. According to the Financial Times, workers received an average of $175,000. KKR's press release announcing the sale stated KKR and CHI employees prove ownership works, and included this quote from Mr. Stavros. It was of the utmost importance not only find a strategic partner who could further build on CHI's strong performance and growth, but also one who would continue to prioritize the backbone of the business, its workforce. We ask you to call on KKR and Apollo to guarantee they will protect Cardenas workers' jobs and rights during the sale, halt the anti-union campaign at Cardenas markets, and commit to the same good grocery job standards that exist among union grocery chains in California. We urge you to reject KKR's new ESG fund, KKR Global Impact 2, as well as Apollo's newest fund, Fund 10, until KKR and Apollo commit to protect Cardenas workers' jobs and rights.
Thank you very much. I don't have any more commenters, so I again want to thank the panel for coming today. And yep, thank you very much for great questions, and we do appreciate it. This does conclude our meeting for the day, and we've had some really good discussions. We learned a great deal from our teams as well as our visiting experts. Let's take a moment to give today's presenters a round of applause. Thank you very much. And I realize you all put a great deal of work in to prepare for and present your material. So on behalf of the board and our executive team, thank you again very much. I also would like to thank all of those in attendance and watching online for your continued interest and active involvement. We begin tomorrow's session at 9 a.m., so we are adjourned until 9 a.m. Thank you. Huh?